Well, hello. Hey, howdy. I'm Ken, local Fox. If it's your first time here, I'm a very low-energy streamer thanks to a little thing called sleep disorders. I focus on RPGs, mostly first plays, though do play other things, and I love to play old favorites on stream when I can. Today, I'm joined by my friends Deimos, Zane, and Zira, and we're continuing the playtest campaign for my tabletop RPG, Furry Babes in High Orbit. This is session 3 of that campaign. Now, as this is a tabletop session, I will be unable to respond to the chat as well as I normally would. For that, you have my apologies. A short recap will be provided after the break to get us caught up before the session proper. And I do wish to give a heads up that this session contains a large pre-recorded segment further into the run. That said, I do hope you enjoy our session. And thank you.
Fair.
Okay, we've moved over, and we are now audible. Just so you're aware. Okay. All right, let me just go ahead and get that back to playing. Okay. Welcome to session 3 of Furry Babes in High Orbit. Today I'm joined by, as I mentioned... Oop. It's louder than I wanted it to be. So why is it still playing at that volume for me? Okay. Weird. Okay, sorry about that. I'm joined by Deimos, Zane, and Zira.
Hello.
Hey, hi-ho.
Starting with alphabetically, we're going to introduce ourselves, which I've already done. So, Deimos.
Of course, we are going. I'll just sit here with the two others down in the Z side of the alphabet. Hi, I am Deimos. I am the local Australian in the thing, as I'm certain is completely inaudible in my voice.
Australia.
Local Australian.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one.
And very easily derailed. We wanting characters as well?
Yes.
I am here playing Parul, who is a definitely on the level and absolutely fine, now security officer who does not have any sort of piratical past to mention.
Nope, fully trustworthy.
Absolutely trustworthy. And also a very large sniper rifle, which is certainly not the largest part of her personality, physically or otherwise.
Of course. Zane.
Hello, I am Zane Zandel, your new favorite squirrel, and I have just come off of being sick, so my voice might suck a little bit right now, and you might hear me coughing. I'll try to keep it off the mic, but I'm very bad at that. I am playing Alula, our bunny medical officer, who has definitely been enjoying her time following these fucking psychopaths around.
You love us.
Yeah, at least you keep my skills sharp.
And Zira.
Hey, hi, hello. I am Zira. I exist sometimes on the line. I don't do much online though, except for look at things. I will be playing Karee, who is one of the aforementioned psychopaths, also part of security, but legitimately fully 100%. I mean, she's just trying to keep herself and her friends, who are all behind her, alive on this very unfortunate planet that they found themselves on.
Most unfortunate.
You gotta define yourself by what you're not. Like, I'm definitely not a pirate. Alula's definitely not dealing well.
Okay. So, I'm going to give a brief recap before we move into the actual session proper. And just pull up the recap I have already posted. I'm not reading this verbatim. This is more of a general overview of the way things have gone so far. So, previously, on Furry Babes in high orbit, the SEV Frigga, a city ship, has been exploring the galaxy for the better part of 2 years or so. Our crew, Karee and Alula, have been stationed on that ship for about a year themselves. And after an incident involving a fleeing suspect with a stolen gun, Karee and Alula meet as Karee brings that patient to her for medical help. After a brief bit of surgery, the patient is dropped off, and Karee, Alula, and Karee's cadet partner Ren are, well, informed that they are off duty for the rest of the day, and that the ship is going to be docking for a ship-wide R&R soon. Partially to keep an eye on them and partially to celebrate, the three of them decide to go drinking and gaming for a night together. The next morning, all of them waking up with a massive hangover to the sounds of the ship tearing itself apart and the sirens blaring. The three of them make it to escape pods, jettison to find that the ship has been essentially torn in half, with debris scattered through the orbit, and soon thereafter, the escape pod is dragged down to the planet below, along with most of the other escape pods, unnaturally so. After crash landing, they get their bearings, and after fixing their injuries, set out to try to find more survivors. They do find a survivor in the form of Parul, as they are attacked by alien creatures, and Parul intervenes to help with a sniper rifle. They hoof it back to Parul's ship, their shelter rather, which was a crashed freighter full of medical supplies. Parul agrees to come with them in exchange for getting her off this damn planet, because she has been on it for a very long time indeed. Let's see. One moment. Lost my place.
So did Parul.
Yeah.
Is it Parul? I've always been pronouncing it Parul.
We have been jumping back and forth.
Yeah, like, even I'm not 100% certain.
Cheaper gore.
To be fair, when you don't have anyone to talk to for what, like 20 years? So the group reconvenes with the crashed, the crew that they crashed with in the escape pod, and then sets out to a survivor camp that they stumbled across earlier. Parul is given the option of joining the SES on a temporary field commission, basically in return for forgiving her piratical past, because it's very clear that Parul is just a fucking pirate.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Previously a pirate, no longer.
It's true. Previously a pirate. To be fair, yeah, I believe Parul probably has good reasons for no longer being a pirate. Primary of which being that she's stranded on this damn planet.
Ew.
The group is then asked to escort the engineering officer Hestia, a PAL unit, a android essentially, to a crashed ship in hopes of getting a signal off planet. Parul is unsure this is going to work because the planet itself messes with signals. But that is where we last left off, as the crew has found the ship they were looking for. A massive trashed freighter that looks to be of Featheran origin. Featheran origin of at least 200 or more years. So before the end of the last Great War.
Take your word for it.
So,
Thus the defenses, I assume.
not that it's important in the grand scheme of things, but I feel like we should mention that the reason why that Karee brought this person in for medical aid was because she basically bisected them with a hand knife.
Nah, that's not an important point. They shot at her. They also shot at her buddy.
I appreciate that you are pointing out the parts that are carefully overlooked in her story and not what I was doing with the medical supplies.
Look, so maybe Parul's been eating the medical supplies. But, you know, for a more in-depth, for a slightly more in-depth recap, I am posting the link to the Blue Sky recap chain in chat. You can take a look at that if you'd like to. And now,
For a significantly more in-depth recap, you can go and watch the old episodes.
Hey.
this is true. That would recap things more fully.
Also, while Parul was eating the medical supplies, that didn't end up with a person bleeding out all over Alula's, cold clinic table.
Look,
The day is young. The day is young.
Your night was boring, and Karee introduced some excitement. You're welcome.
I enjoy how the music shifted when you started singing. Okay.
Okay.
So, we now find our group in front of the crashed freighter.
Sorry, I remember something about guns.
So it was said that the freighter had active defenses still after all this time. It's always the birds that are the crazy ones. It's true. No bias. The freighter had active defenses still after all this time, and the group sees that there are in fact a number of carcasses in front of a large gash in the ship. Animal carcasses, local wildlife, that seem to have been burned with what looks like blaster fire. I would point out that this is slightly strange, as the Fethrin did not have good energy weapon technology in that time frame. But I mean, they were clearly experimenting with it, and this ship seems to have been well, we won't get into that yet, I suppose.
So, what do we do about that?
Is there any visible turrets or points from which the violence would be occurring?
So, you cannot see inside of the ship at the moment. There is a large gash at the entrance. There's no outside of the ship. There's no visible turrets.
Okay. Yeah, well,
There were corpses outside, though, correct?
Yes, there are carcasses, animal carcasses.
Carcasses. Okay, animal carcasses.
how old?
Some are relatively fresh, but most of them are
Okay.
old. It seems that they've learned not to. They've learned not to.
They've learned not to.
We have learned no such lesson.
That's true.
Yes, we have. Do I have to grab Karee's suit by the back? Come on.
No. The immediate.
There are context clues that lead to this being a bad idea.
No visible
judging from the damage that I can see to them, does there seem to be a direction? Like, have they been hit in the front as they come in, or are they more being hit in the side?
Seems to be mostly. Well, honestly, that is difficult to parse. If you want to get a closer look, I'm going to need a check. Let's see.
Does there seem to be like they're all gathered around a certain line. So, like, so long as we don't get too close to them, it seems to be fine. Or is there a varying?
It's varying.
I
Some of the
don't trust the skull.
Some of the carcasses are further out than the others. I will say that the oldest carcasses are the furthest out.
Interesting.
So,
How far away from us are the carcasses?
I mean, the carcasses are next to the ship, so
Okay. Like we're still well outside the range of the farthest carcass?
yeah.
Okay.
scanners are like general utility, right? Not necessarily for just medical things.
It depends on the scanner you have. There are environmental scanners, there are multi-scanners, there's engineering scanners.
Let's see. Mine says
I think yours is a
med scanner.
Yeah, yours is
okay.
specifically for medical. I'm not sure how much medical you could get out of a ancient carcass. I mean, you could try.
I don't think I I'm gonna go with cause of death, blasted to death.
That seems fair.
Anyone bring any flares? I'll take that as a no.
No.
Now, I will say, since it's probably going to come up, if you have a scanner, you can use it as a flashlight, more or less.
More interested in the effect of throwing something.
I mean,
Are there any decently sized but not too big, like rocks or sticks to throw?
Was my next question.
you can easily find detritus to throw. Not just rocks, but like pieces of the ship. It's a
everywhere.
Yeah, this ship is not in good shape. There's debris of it all over the place in this area.
I'm gonna more go for something. Actually, one of the plants, if for preference. If I can get a decently sized stick,
Oh yeah.
still with some leaves on it.
Something that looks sort of semi-alive still.
Yeah, I'm not going to make you roll for anything like that. The
Good.
plant life is all over the place here. Give me a strength check for the throw itself, unless you have a skill for it.
Absolutely.
Ranged sniper. I don't think I get to do that.
No. Yeah, just go ahead and just a straight D100.
It's just
or
a D100. Yep.
D percentile. Yep.
Ugh.
Since these buttons are not actually set. Yeah, not a problem. Parul winds up.
And gonna do it from here, and then like the moment she throws it, duck behind this crate.
Okay. The stick goes sailing over in an arc and lands on the grating before you. Nothing happens.
Nothing's ever easy.
I will say from your new position, you can see a red glow from inside the superstructure. Not a moving red glow, not a red glow that would suggest like surveillance or eyes, just a generalized red glow.
Is there any sign of carcasses like along the walls nearby, or is it just near the entrance?
It's just near the entrance, really.
Oi.
Hmm.
Parul sort of begins saying about three things, and like POW unit.
Hestia.
Hestia. Gestures over here. Can you do anything without getting too close to the entrance? Gestures at the wall.
She's looking at the superstructure of the ship and moves over to the side, over up next to the wall, edges towards the entrance.
Careful.
And
That's
carefully. Oh yeah, not a problem. She leans over and looks inside the entrance. She takes a moment, waves her hand in front of the entrance, and slowly steps out in front of it. Nothing's happening.
Bless you.
It would appear that whatever has happened here is no longer happening at this range.
Or it's only looking for fleshy folks.
She turns towards you.
Alula is kind of creeping forward.
I will move forward behind Hestia or next to her.
We're all
Ren
hiding behind Hestia.
Well,
I
everyone
was
has lined
gonna
up.
say maybe we could get some sort of shield or something from this. Okay, whatever.
I mean,
are
if
there
you-
more carcasses inside the opening?
There are some, not a lot. You see
We
that
might.
Go ahead.
Okay, we might be able to get some like detritus from the ship to use as shielding, maybe. But we don't know where any of the damage is coming from directionally, so it's going to be tricky to aim the armor.
It's true, but it might be better than nothing. If you want to pick up some scraped off shielding or metal plates or
Yeah.
anything like that,
Yeah.
yeah, that's fine.
If there's a chunk that seems like big enough to hold to put between me and whatever
I'll
might
say,
be shooting at me.
give me a straight up luck check.
For everybody who's going to try to do that.
Yes, luck check is a
That's
D10.
Just 1d10.
D10 rolled below your luck score,
That ain't me.
Boy. Nope.
for equal to or below. But Alula, are you looking for something as well?
Sure. No.
Well, now. All right then.
I have a feeling that we all just rolled one above our current luck scores.
Pretty close to that.
No,
Except for,
I rolled 2 on mine.
so you do find. Okay, so you find detritus. You find some broken shield plates and all that, but they're not terribly sturdy. You feel like they probably could still work for some measure of.
Protection.
Yeah.
I will take some piece or other, like, to try to use.
Hestia turns back to the group. Shall we proceed?
I think we probably should. There's no point in continuing to delay. We don't really have much else to do. I'll motion to Ren and hope that Ren has some of that stuff too, and we'll both try to keep the two sides protected of the group to the best of the ability.
Ren actually does find a decent sized
Oh,
panel.
good. I got bullshit. Ren has good stuff. Excellent.
I'm trying to turn away from the mic, but I don't know if
You're good.
You're doing fine.
Yeah. Hestia begins to tentatively move into the ship. The grating on the floor is long rusted, especially in this area. It is damp. It is chilly. There's water on the floor.
water.
Water. Just from, I will say, from condensation, most likely, it seems. The red glow you see as you're getting closer into the ship is a very slowly pulsating red light emanating from the ship's lights, the overhead lights. Like a low power mode or a alarm.
Yeah,
or,
emergency.
yeah, emergency lighting. Low power emergency lighting.
Alula is clutching her emergency survival knife like she has any clue what the hell she's doing with that.
What's the looking up? What are we seeing? Is there structure above, or is it just is it a corridor, or?
It's a corridor, or what passes for a corridor. There are massive gaps in the plating. You can see directly into the ventilation systems above.
Are there any holes
Yes.
on the floor?
Yes. Numerous holes in the floor. Some places you are going to have to watch your step, as you can see through down to the floors below this floor.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about.
Yeah, this ship has been decaying in its space for 200 or more years.
And
Yeah.
can I see anything that would have been responsible for blasting those animals.
Not yet.
It was secret.
That is concerning.
Following along, I'm bringing up the rear.
Probably a good idea for the sniper to be running in the rear at long range.
That's definitely the reason that I'm letting everyone else go first.
Fully, 100%.
Hestia is moving forward slowly, testing the ground as she goes, finding the strongest points to move along.
Karee will be attempting to stay with her carefully and protectively.
Ren takes up position next to Alula.
Yay.
The way opens up into an intersection.
Alula likes Ren. Ren isn't crazy.
As far as you know. Ren was there with me, wasn't she?
She also didn't cut the suspect in half, though. The way opens up to an intersection, and Hestia holds up one hand as she starts to move forward a little bit. She begins to step out forward into the intersection. There is a whirring noise on the ceiling, and she jumps back as a panel drops down from the intersection ceiling, and a small pod drops out of it. It looks like that is a defense turret, and the turret slowly begins to swivel towards the group.
That's initiative.
It is.
Yeah,
I'm a violence it.
let's give that some initiative rolls then.
Okay.
I have to remember
Initiative
where
is just a
that is.
D10.
Yeah, initiative is D10 added to your initiative modifier. Where will your
Does
initiative
that
score?
button work?
There it
No.
is.
Just go ahead and roll the.
All right.
Yeah. Okay.
I gotta find my initiative. It's been a while. There it is.
Oh.
All right. That's not too bad. Okay. First up is Hestia. Hestia crouches and, grabbing a piece of debris off the floor, throws it with all her might at the turret. Okay. Let's see if I have any of her stats written up. I do not, I'm pretty sure. Nope, no stats written up on her actual sheet here. I know what they are, generally speaking, but no, that is not a hit. It smacks hard next to the turret, which leaves Parul and Karee both up at the same time.
Does the turret have a location precisely?
It's moving slow, but it looks like it does, more or less.
You said it dropped down on the ground, right?
Dropped out of the ceiling, as in it's still connected to the ceiling. The panel dropped. Yeah, the panel slid open or dropped down, and then the turret slid out.
Okay. Cool. I can't reach it with my vibroblade or my hands.
I mean, there is a way you can reach it with your vibroblade.
I ain't throwing it. I need to keep it on me.
There's a funny story about the idea of throwing a knife that is going to happen on my turn.
All right. I will follow Hestia's idea and pick up some debris to try and fuck as strong as possible. Strength roll.
Let's see. Do you have any kind of
Hucking ability? No.
Yeah, we'll just use your strength. This is going to be a task 2 penalty, which is basically counts your strength as being 10 points lower than it is.
Okay.
So 55 or lower.
No.
All right. That smacks. That also does not quite hit. Parul?
Pew pew.
All right.
My gun has been out from the moment I've been walking along here, and this is what it's been waiting for.
I'm going to imagine that's
Boy.
probably enough.
It is
Boy, these
very
rolls could be under 50 though.
Yeah, well, I needed under 80, and while I was significantly afraid that I wasn't going to get under 80 because I don't have a great history with this sniper rifle.
Parul takes sights, aims, fires, and the turret immediately explodes into a hunk of superheated metal.
Excellent.
It's out of commission.
Alula throws her knife anyway.
I know, so the way I'm imagining it, she's like nervously holding her knife. Parul takes the shot, and the noise of it makes her jump and throw it. The knife
There's
goes.
a yelp and a scream.
Yeah.
Could you roll that, please?
86?
That's enough.
Is that an 86 or a 68?
I think it's an 86.
Either way, it wasn't enough. The knife embeds in the wall.
Parul, stepping forward, pats Alula on the shoulder. You'll get it next time.
I don't want to be a next time.
Neither do I, but here we are.
Hestia is looking around the corners in both directions, looking
Question.
for similar panels.
The roof.
Yes.
The roof series is like, how high is it?
About, it's about 2 meters tall. It's not super
Okay.
tall.
Okay, so that is within knife range.
Yeah.
And B, full of holes as well.
Oh, yeah. There are points where you can look up and see daylight.
Cool. Can I clamber up into that section and see whether I can see any more
turrets
section
waiting?
turrets before that they...
Deploy.
You can try clambering up.
Karee will assist with this if necessary.
Unrequired. Parul be climbing. It's kind of what
Fair
she
enough.
does.
It's true.
Is Alula's knife retrievable?
Yes, it is going to take a bit of working it out of the wall. But first, we're going to address... first, we're going to
What is
address...
for climbing?
Yeah, I'll
Strength?
say roll survival.
Survival with a +10 because of my phenotype, which makes it a 90.
Wait. Phenotype. Yep, okay. Go for it.
Are you... Okay, cool. That was a 10, not 100. Okay. Moment of concern there.
Yeah, it is not a problem at all for you to grab handholds of the wall. There's enough broken wall here to make decent handholds. You can actually grip the superstructure beneath the walls.
Yep, just the sniper rifle goes on the back for a moment. This is really quite handy. This suit just like clinks it in.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And whoosh, up the wall and into the crawl space or whatever
She's in
it
the
is.
crawl space again. Okay, so
It's
it is darker in here. There's no emergency lights, so I will need a perception check. Before we do that, though, Hestia is looking around the other corners to make sure there's no nearby turrets. She does not... She does not see any. And cautiously approaches the debris from the previous turret, kneels down to take a look at it.
Did our biggest gun just crawl into a... Well, okay, fine.
Tiny hole. Yeah. You did.
All right, Parul, give me a perception.
The other thing that I'm good at,
Yeah.
only less good. It's a 75 on this one.
I mean, I think you're good.
Yeah. So,
Hey, what have you got, a flashlight or something? Light?
No.
I mean, yes, but oh, fine. I'll
Just the arm reaches down out of the ceiling. I'll give it back.
I'll turn the thermometer on the med scanner because I don't trust her otherwise. Or, not thermometer. Why did I say? I know why I said thermometer. It probably has one of those, to be fair, but flashlight. I don't trust
So-
myself
I mean, good
anymore.
choice.
So the scanners, I'm not sure if I've actually described them, are small cylindrical devices that are maybe half of the size of your palm, but very thin. So think of a flashlight that's very small. The light, however, is decent. It's significant. It's enough to substitute for an actual flashlight.
Nice. Well, I'll turn on the flashlight, pass it up. Don't break it.
Have I ever broken anything?
Immediately upon
So
our
many.
first meeting.
So many places at that.
No response. Just you hear the movement away down the moving up to the intersection.
Okay, so from your vantage point with the flashlight, you do see a few more turrets ahead.
In
Most
the
of them
straightaway.
in the straightaway ahead, and let's see. On the other sides are actually doors. They are closed. But
We
ahead,
got more guns straight ahead. Sides seem clear.
the most of the turrets ahead are, well, at least one of them is broken. You can see the wires hanging down from where it would be connected. It is just completely severed from the structure.
But you know it could be more broken.
That's true. If you want to give me a roll on any shots you want to take from up here.
Can you
Yeah, I'm-
line them up and destroy all of them?
So a clear shot on all of them you can see here would probably not be possible, but you can certainly get the closest to, I would say. The broken one is one of the closest.
Yep. Well, yeah. I'm taking no chances here, and I'm gonna ping that one first.
All right. Go ahead and give me that shot.
Uh-oh.
Parul.
That is not good.
It's, you know what? It's kind of cramped up here. You can't quite get your
Yeah.
gun out into the right angle for this particular shot.
Ah, she's breaking things.
She is. Hopefully, it's the right things. Carol, do you need help?
Hestia
I'm
ducks,
fine.
Hestia
Just-
ducks around the corner just to be safe.
Don't worry. I'm just gonna take these things out before. Hang on. Yeah,
Damn it.
Go ahead, move yourself.
Same brains.
waiting for the thing. All right, fine. If the one that's broken is going to taunt me, take a moment while the gun is cooling down to sort of try and get a good shot on the next one further down.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, no, this is not working at all.
All right. Something about corridors does not agree with Parul, it would seem.
Sorry, this space is not great for rifles. Maybe Hestia,
Yes.
you want to get up here and deal with them before they drop down?
She looks up, looks at the wall, and tentatively puts her hand through the wall. And okay, she's up there very quickly. She doesn't need handholds. She makes her own as she climbs up into the up to the ceiling and pushes a panel through to climb into the.
Parul was looking for a place where she could help her up, but that's clearly very unnecessary. Just turns around, fist just through.
She is now. There are two people in the crawl space. Does anyone else want to join them in the crawl space?
Boy, the temptation.
I mean, that is a very Karee coded situation, to be fair.
It really is. And I also have the climby phenotype.
Hestia
I
is...
think I will decline.
Alula, do you think we should go up there as well?
I'm not.
Ren is shaking her head and waving her hands. Hestia is looking forward and slowly moving towards the next next turret, and is manually just shoving her hands into it to tear it to shreds.
Excellent.
Beastly.
Okay.
Parul is just sitting here going, did we ever, like, encounter one of them when we were fighting? I didn't. That's scary.
All right.
Here.
The way is...
I guess
the way forward...
Parul's sort of like... Sorry, you go.
I was going to say the way forward up here is more limited in the crawl space. Hestia is not going to be able to get to the next turret from here unless she just drifts
All right, well, while
structure.
she's working on that one, I'll see if I can set my rifle up to actually, take the time and not rush and just balance it on the thing and not waste another shot. Can I get one more decent shot on this?
If you are taking your time, I'm going to give you a, I'll say a 10% bonus.
I shouldn't need a 10% bonus. I have an 80.
And yes,
thank you for the 10% bonus. It is much appreciated.
The next turret goes down. Looking ahead, you see there are maybe another 2 turrets further down to until the room opens up. So you can keep going this way if you'd like to, or you can try going to one of the doors on the sides, or what would you like to do?
We're looking for like a communications array or something like that effect.
All right, give me a perception.
I don't know what my perception is.
You're gonna have to start using the percentile because it's
right. Sorry.
Just to make sure there's...
It says
what's that?
1-4 on mine.
Yes. Okay, we'll go with 14, but remember, next time please use the percentile.
I don't have an actual perception skill.
No, percentile, if you right-click the dice, there's a percentile button, a D100.
And you can drop it into one of the little things below, so you can just have percentiles on hand.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
That's
handy.
Yeah. All right,
Forgot about
so with a 14, even without a perception skill, you have perception skill. You have 55 in perception.
I sure do, huh? I guess. Look, Alula can read. Zane cannot.
That's fair. But, okay, so, taking a little bit of time, you see black panels on the walls at occasion that look like screens.
Is there any near, like, me that are close?
Yes, I would say right next, the intersection actually, right next to where you're at. But the screen itself is blank. It looks like you can't tell if there's any power coming to it.
I'm gonna tippity tap at it just in case.
Okay. Now, give me a luck score, or a luck roll.
That's just the 1d10, right?
Yes.
Yes.
You have to roll below your luck.
I did
Boy.
not.
Wow, okay. Alula?
It explodes.
Yes, actually. Alula taps the panel, and it looks like it's going to start booting up, actually, until the screen cracks and it fries. There's smoke coming out of it for a moment before the power leaves the device.
Ain't this just med school all over again?
Are you alright?
I'm fine. I'm as cool as a cucumber, great as I could be. Can we get out of here?
You hear from above,
we
Hestia
gotta-
asks, Alula, can you read Ancient Fethrin?
I've never tried.
There's no response from above.
Parul has been trying to get a good lineup on the next couple of turrets you can see down there, but doesn't look like there's a good point. Probably gonna have to go down and.
I will say you
Come
could
up later,
probably get a read on the next one. It will, oh, holy
Penalty.
shit.
Vessel dropped in.
Well, thank you for the vessel drop.
We're codifying this.
I mean, shouldn't we?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. It's very appreciated.
Yeah, penalty on it, I assume. Yeah, not a good.
We'll say a task 3. That means taking
15.
Yeah, take 15 off the top of the skill being checked.
Cool.
That's a success. All right.
So yeah,
Parul melts down the next turret in the line.
And melts down.
The further from here, the ceiling crawl space thickens a bit. It's going to be
yep.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to get back into the crawl space from this point, it seems. The further out to the outer shell of the ship, the more damaged it is. Further in, the ceiling is more intact. Thank you for dropping in, Vess. I appreciate it again. Go ahead.
There's at least one more down there. Can't get a good shot at it from here, but we think we got most of them.
All right.
And we're gonna look for a place to drop back down to the rest.
All right. Go ahead and give me a survival roll on that. Hestia is also dropping down. She lands
Does
next.
Hestia land at her feet?
Parul lands even better somehow.
It comes with being probably like a third the weight.
That's true. Maybe
Superhero landing.
Let's say maybe even a lot lighter than that.
Oh yeah, that's right. I'm a scrawny.
Well, that and
also not made of metal.
Yeah. Hestia looks back to the group. Shall we proceed ahead? I believe we are looking for the deck, which I believe is forward.
Okay.
No, seems like a plan. You said there was still one more turret that's possibly going to cause trouble.
There might be more, but there was only one, there was only more that Parul could see from above.
Back alive.
Hestia begins to move forward. There is another intersection ahead.
Say Karee will take back up position, attempting to be protective of the one leading the way.
So this intersection is where the two of the turrets were at that are no longer functioning, thanks to Carol.
Yeah. And Hestia.
I'm gonna steal Ren.
You got the one in the corridor between.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Hestia inches forward to check around the sides. All right. She checks around the side here. And then looking the other way. All right. One moment while I, that is not, okay. Crap. Sorry, 1 second.
You will have your second.
There we go. These pony tokens are not going to help during this particular thing, so.
Who says?
Well, not for this instance. All right. Hestia holds up her hand and motions to the corner. There are defensive units in the corridor or in the hallway. However, they do not seem functional.
You should all keep them that way.
Can you work your engineering yada yada?
I will try. The units she's talking about in the corridor. Oh, hey, you know. So they look like a defensive turret or gun emplacement sitting on six-legged insect like robotic legs.
Nice.
However, they are clearly not They're clearly not functioning, as they are leaned against the wall or damaged. They're just not moving at all. They do not
They've been
react
here
to
for
your
200 years.
Yeah, they're not reacting to your presence. Hestia is trying to find a panel to get into the nearest one, which she does find, and begins to dig inside the innards of the downed mecha.
Parul sort of nudges Karee and points at the singular one down that end. And then she's pointing at the other end, ready to shoot either of them. Suddenly decides it wants to wake up and cause problems.
Karee will probably reinforce pointing at the one past Hestia, since that one is in range to do damage to Hestia the quickest if it comes back alive.
It's true.
All right, Parul will go and look at the other one then.
All right. If you're just going to investigate them, or
Parul is
just keeping an eye on them.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. After a few
Is
moments,
just me, or is this more guns than's normally on one of your ships?
One of ours.
Well, I mean, sort of. Not. This ship is really old. Like, super old. There's wars and stuff back then, I think. And I didn't pay much attention in school.
this ship predates the Alliance. Hestia is still digging inside the guts of this mecha.
Yeah, what she said.
Oh, okay.
Why haven't you, like, stabbed them or something? Are they not fleshy enough for you?
Do you want me to go stab one? Like, I will, but if I hit something vital, they may explode.
I am willing to take that risk.
I'm thinking more if we can get them walking on our side, we can use them to, draw fire so that we don't get shot.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of used to when I go onto ships having, a bunch of people in front who
Take the damage while you're in the back shooting things.
Yes.
After a few minutes of digging around inside, Hestia pulls herself back out. These bots do not have power. Their internal battery has run dry.
So they're generally useless unless they have armor we can steal. Or weapons we can steal.
The
We have
weapons
weapons.
The weapons are energy-based,
Also,
tied
unpowered?
to their
Fair.
batteries. So I do not believe that they would be functional in that regard.
Fair enough.
So, what would you like to do?
probably keep moving. Maybe disconnect their power in case one of them does have power and decides to boot up behind us, but unlikely.
All right, if you'd like to do that, Hestia can do that, or you can attempt to do it yourself. It will take Hestia a little bit of time to do so.
But Hestia's actions tend to be more reversible.
I was gonna say, if Hestia wants, Karee will watch her on the first one, and then go attempt to just slice the connections on a second one while Hestia takes care of the third one.
Well, we'll make this an instructive roll. Yeah, I think 66 in Hestia's range of expertise is good enough.
Yeah.
She shows you the lines to sever to disconnect the battery from the rest of the unit.
Cool. I'll come over to this one. Am I just rolling for my vibro blade?
Yeah, we'll say that's probably good enough. Hestia disables the other one across the way.
Slice.
Karee gets a little too into it, I think.
Are there
Surprising.
any shiny bits? No. Are there any shiny bits inside of this?
No. In fact, it's very rusty, in fact.
It's unfortunate. I was gonna say I grabbed a souvenir, but if there's nothing shiny, I don't want none.
Okay, let's keep moving forward. The sooner that we find our objective, the sooner we can get out.
Okay.
This is true.
I agree.
There's, wear the ceiling.
Hold up. Hestia holds up her hand. The floor ahead of you is gone.
Oh boy.
The if you can see the distinction.
Yeah,
Yep.
the difference in texture.
Do you think you can fix it? Unironically.
Hestia slowly looks at Alula. Yes, I believe I could fix this if I have the material and the time. However, that will take at least a month. In the meantime, Hestia grabs a hold of the wall and begins to move herself over using handholds in the wall. Okay.
How's that ceiling crawl space looking here?
You don't think you could get into it from here, to be honest. The so ahead of you can see, however, the room opens up significantly. And the ceiling also goes high in the following room. That said, there's a turret.
There is.
Yes, there is a turret that has dropped down. Let me grab a token for it. Right there. It has dropped down as Hestia was moving past the broken floor.
Oh.
Like into the hole?
No,
It dropped from the
hanging
ceiling.
from
It's in the ceiling.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
That's what I thought last time.
Yeah. All right. So. All right. All right. So for Parul, you had eyes on this thing from above, so I'm going to say
Yep.
you're going to get a free shot before initiative.
This pleases the Parul.
This pleases everybody if you roll real good.
Yeah. It's down. Drops out of the ceiling, and Parul was right on it.
Excellent. Well done.
Hestia turns around and is gesturing for you to follow across.
Cool. I will attempt to follow across. What am I rolling if I don't actually have a climb skill?
Survival?
Oh, I don't have that skill either.
Okay. Give me a percentile.
Nice. I do have the climb, like, phenotype thing.
Yeah.
That doesn't help, though.
Don't like that. Don't like that at all.
Do not forget, you can spend luck to instantly pass a check, and this might be a good place to do so.
Yeah, it's like, do I want to fall into the depths of the ship? No, not really. I'm going to spend a luck. I have 2 now
Okay.
to get over the Hestia.
We're like fully healed, right?
Yes.
I just realized my current luck and health are 0, and I don't think that's actually true.
Wait, is it? I see luck as being 5 on yours.
Yeah, but up on the vital section, current health and current luck. Unless it's supposed to be like spent.
Where's the vital section at? Oh, I see. I see.
0, 0.
Huh. Okay. Yep. Gotcha. I think it was just that it was not updated when we were setting up these, because these sheets are from, they're new sheets. Like, we made these sheets last time we signed on.
Right.
So yeah. Okay. Yep. Just consider all of your your health and your luck is currently full.
Not mine. Not no more.
Alula is kind of staring at the handholds.
I like to imagine halfway across, Karee totally slipped like a full 5 feet down a bit, and it's like, "Oi, what they got over there?"
I don't think that's good.
No. Would you like to spend a luck?
Yes.
All right.
Yeet.
Alula makes it across.
Define makes it because
You're alive, and you're over here instead of not alive, possibly, and down there.
Ren looks to Parul. Would you like to go?
Parul gestures are on.
Okay. No.
Is Ren also going to spell a luck?
Ordinarily, NPCs do not have luck, but Ren is a special case, I suppose.
Okay. I manage this on anything lower than a 90, and looking at these rolls, I am not feeling confident, but...
I believe in you.
Jesus.
Well, I do not
In
understand.
any other game, I would be loving these rolls. These are amazing rolls.
The Fantasy Grounds would like us to die.
But Parul makes it across.
Okay, you come to the next room. The next room is a massive, massive room.
Lord.
One
I
moment.
like these for defense.
As soon as it finishes,
Loading.
Yes.
there we go. In the center is a spherical object that covers most of the room. It looks like it's surrounded by thick plating. However, the plating is falling off in several locations. You can see directly through in other places. No, thank you. The plating is falling off in several places. You can see directly through the structure in other places. Hestia approaches, is looking at that spherical grid. The rest of the room, you can see most of the flooring is completely gone here. There is a catwalk leading off to the right. To the left, you can see, well, the plants from the surrounding area are just growing in through the through a massive rupture in the ship.
What in the world is that?
That's me.
Hestia is looking at it very closely. Fascinating. This is a fission core. The ship's power source. It is currently inactive.
And it should probably remain that way?
Hopefully.
Oh, but we're gonna need power to make a signal.
Hestia turns and nods at Alula.
That is true.
Let us find the command room first, and then we'll figure out what to do afterwards.
That sounds like a plan.
Well, there's really only one way to go from here. Hestia begins to move down the corridor, or down the catwalk. Along the way, you begin to find... What's that?
I was going to go looking for more snipers, turrets in the walls, or.
So the ceiling here is quite high, very high. You don't see any turrets in this room, and you feel that may be because of what the room is.
Do they really want
maybe guns and guns and fusion cores have a tendency to not mix?
It's not a fusion core.
Fission core.
Yeah. So venturing further into the room, you find remnants of the crew. Skeletal remains.
Oh boy. Quite
a few of them actually scattered around the room. Some of them near the fission core, some of them against the walls. It was bad.
Does it look like combat, or?
It's been 200 years, right? I could probably
like skeletons.
Yeah, I know, but like.
Look, you know what? Give me a. I'm saying, give me a perception check, unless you have some sort of.
Yeah.
Get straight up perception check.
Yeah, I don't think I can use my phenotype for this one. This doesn't seem. Which is unfortunate because the phenotype would have made that a success.
Yeah. If anyone else is investigating how this looks, you can use perception.
Actually, Alula just remembered something and holds her hand out to Parul.
Scanner, please.
Oh, right. From the pocket.
Pocket.
I'll give these skeletons a little scanny scan. What?
Scanny scoop?
I'm scanning.
Scannily scoop.
Yeah. I don't know. I scanned the skeletons, okay?
This could be a little scanning of the skeleton remains.
Okay. This is a little out of the general area of expertise for the scanner. I'm going to need a scanning check for that.
I'm mediocre at it. Whoops.
Well, the first was an 11. Yeah, I was going to say the 11's fine. There are a number of these skeletons that are broken in ways consistent with weapons fire, but most of them seem to be dead from other causes. Whether it's from battering the ship's sides during a crash, for instance, or, well...
the rupturing of a fission core.
I think they might be dead.
I am shocked. Well done, Alula.
I see SES medical things top notch.
I'm trying to lighten up the mood.
You did fine.
Parul appears to be slightly amused, but
yeah, as we're moving along, can Karee, like you said, there was like shielding and stuff along the big circle thing in the center?
Physical shielding, yeah.
Yeah. Can Karee be looking at that as we're moving along to try and see if there are obvious gaps and broken bits?
Yes.
That's concerning.
Yes. Hestia continues moving along. You also see some broken down bots in the up ahead. And there is a doorway that is open, jammed open to the right. Hestia stops to take a look inside. It is difficult to see from this.
Whoops.
But there are rows on rows of pods inside. And the pods have... so there are white feathered featherings in these pods, or you would think they were Featherins at first glance, but closer inspection are PAL units.
Ah.
However, the pods are damaged, and the PALs themselves likewise.
Hi, Parul.
Three Stooges.
Friends of yours?
I
Hestia
probably
doesn't-
sort of makes like I have a face at that because that's not what you say. Like,
Hestia moves in to investigate. She doesn't dignify that with a response.
That's reasonable.
Meanwhile, Ren is checking the nearest bot.
Karee will go check the other one.
They also seem to be low power. No power.
Alula's just talking to Parul. Like, I know HR is usually the civics kind of deal, but we maybe need to talk about that later.
Disconnecting the power core as shown.
All right, I think
Last time I called her by name.
Did you?
Not as flashy of a success, but it's still a success.
all right. I think Ren needs a little help disconnecting it, but it takes a little time, but it gets done.
Yeah, Karee will go help if
HR?
necessary.
What's that?
What would it be in this universe? It couldn't be
FR.
HR. That's human. Oh, yeah, for Risen Resources. That's true.
Probably PR, personnel resources.
That seems more, yeah. Hestia investigating the tubes, returns. These models are defunct.
Unfortunate.
Well, it has been 200 years. The average PAL does not live that long.
Neither does the average anything else, I think.
Well, the
Parul gestures to the piles of skeletons.
yeah, the artificial flesh of the PALs is it decays with time, so they age more or less in a similar fashion to organic things.
Neat.
Weird.
I am especially prone to not wandering to ponder mortality right now.
That's fair, Alula.
Hestia gestures forward. You see more crewmen, and you see more defunct bots.
Wee.
Oh, sorry.
There's another gap in the flooring here.
Would steal my Ren.
I was trying to move the map and Ren was in the way. Alula sandwich.
Hestia moves back and makes a running jump.
Oh, hell no.
Hestia stands at the other side, gesturing, and she will help catch. So you'll get a bonus to this roll of a minus 10 to your roll.
Okay, so what am I rolling? So I
Uh,
know what to look at to see how badly I fail.
let's see. We'll go agility, or if you have survival, whichever is higher in this case.
I do not have survival, but my agility is decently high, so
All right.
there are odds. Huzzah! I
right.
didn't even need help.
Yep. All right.
I do have one of these in my inventory.
What's that?
Don't mind me, I've just been carrying a hoverboard this whole time as I throw it on the ground and activate it.
Going over the gap.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You can bank that and cross. You will need a roll, but it is significantly easier for you with this device. Just give me a straight percentile, and we'll see how that shakes out.
Yeehaw!
Oh,
Shakes out pretty well.
So
I
Alula
want
puts
to assure you that old instincts kicked in, and there may have been a trick thrown in.
with a 4. You banked off the wall like a wave and came back around and flipped on the way over.
Karee will clap. Well done. Well done.
Parul
Ah.
Hestia
has to reevaluate a lot of things.
Ren is standing here blinking.
Alula kicks the hoverboard up, catches it, and then secures it back to her back. So, why is everyone looking at me like that?
You have untold skills, and we are amazed and astounded, but in good ways.
Is the thing giving off some sort of hallucinogenic?
Nope, it's all powered down. It's not giving off anything.
Hestia turns towards the core, giving a wary eye. If it is affecting my sensors as well.
That is
Alula's
some comfort.
just kind of throwing her arms up.
Alula does a sick trick, and Karee's the only one who's like, oh yeah, 100% she could do that. 100% agreed and approved. Well done. Everybody else is like, doubt. And Karee's like, nah, man.
Ren's not doubtful. Ren is amazed. She doesn't have the words at the moment. All right, Ren makes it across easily, and so does Parul.
Yeah.
All right. Hestia points towards a large door on the end of the room and
Parul.
begins to move directly to it. The doors are shuttered. There is a large... Okay, so the doors are shuttered, but the room itself is easily visible from the outside as there are window panels across the entirety of the deck, looking out and towards the core.
Fascinating. They really trusted their core plating and stuff to have the deck right next to it.
I mean, typically the shielding on the core would typically be more than enough.
Fair.
But yes, however, inside there are
They really
numerous...
like round things, don't they? In
Apparently.
this area.
Round is a good shape.
Well, there you go. Feathering to feathering. Hestia,
From another campaign comes a voice. Yeah, round is a great shape.
oh,
Orb to bird.
Borb to bird, yes.
Hestia is having trouble getting the door open. She gestures that she could use a little help prying it open.
I will help.
All right, go ahead and give me a strength.
Yeah.
Or you could damage it.
Well, I think its strength
28?
worked okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
With your help, Hestia helps pull on this side, you pull on the other, and the doors eventually slide open with a grating noise that echoes throughout the entire ship.
We're all covering the area with a sniper rifle as it opens.
Inside, so there are numerous corpses or skeletal remains inside this area. On the right-hand side, there is a bot broken down, a rather large one. Over here in the corner.
Donkey.
And there is a corpse, or there is the remains of a PAL unit that has been severed in half. That is cradling. That is cradling a skeletal remains of a Featherin. There are blast marks along the wall behind it.
Didn't do what? Oh, come on.
Hestia enters the room slowly.
I don't
Cautiously follows.
like whatever that is. She's pointing at the big
Neither.
the big mech.
I am also pointing at the big mech with my gun.
Oh, the gun. Your pointing is going to be much more effective if it comes alive than Alula's pointing.
Hestia moves to the control panel in the center and begins tapping at it. What are you doing while she's doing that?
We should disable that thing.
Yeah, I'll see if it activates as I slowly move towards it. And if not, I'm gonna see if it's similar enough to the smaller ones to try to disable the power core in it.
There is no movement as you approach it.
Does it seem basically the same as the smaller ones, but like jumbo sized?
It's
Or is...
it is similar to the others, I'd say. Yes, similar enough that you feel you might be able to follow the same instructions to disable it.
I will make an attempt.
All right. Let's see.
Well, my vibroblade has a skill of 60, so
Yeah, it's so you try to go dig into it, but the paneling here, the armor on it, is significantly thicker. It is not getting through. It is.
Hey, I know that thing's a sniper rifle, but you don't actually have to be all that precise with it.
What are you implying?
Maybe if Karee got out of the way a little and
All right, am I blasting off bits or center of mass? And she's getting back into the rhythm of shooting at dummies.
I will use my vibroblade to make like
just
a
shink,
mark
shink.
that sort of lines up with where the energy source is normally, and then back away again.
Like shooting bots in a barrel.
Parul does not for a moment question whether this is a bad idea.
Give me a roll.
Neither does Karee, so you know.
Roll on that. There's a target on it, and it's immobile. Give yourself a 10% bonus. Not a problem. Parul
Pew.
lines up the shot. It goes straight through. There's no response on the bot's end, but you got a feeling that it went right through the battery.
Heck yeah.
After a few moments of tapping at the control panel, Hestia shakes her head and turns back. There's no power in the system. I am going to need to spin up the fission core.
is that safe? That
No.
seems unsafe.
It is significantly unsafe. If you remain here, the room will shudder.
I don't like that.
What?
Where should we be? Wait, does somebody have to stay behind?
I mean,
Stay in this room. Keep an eye on the panels. When the panels come
okay.
up, she gives you instructions, and she takes your data slate and leaves instructions on how to navigate the menus using Karee to read
good.
them.
Yay! I am useful.
Basically, giving you a decent idea of how to reach the communications tab in the device.
Start
Based on
sending a
historical
signal.
records, yes. As well as means to access scanners to scan the surrounding area.
Are you going to be okay?
That is my question. Yes.
Hestia has begun walking past. I will be fine.
Okay.
Okay.
She pushes the doors closed. Remain
Karee
here.
will help if required.
She wouldn't lie about that, would she?
Wait, what's going on?
Yeah.
Parul just sort of triggers that. When the doors are like scraping closed, she sort of looks up from where she was like readying another trick shot at the bot. It's like, wait, what's going on here?
We're gonna try to navigate through menus after Hestia gets the power core going.
Outside is the bad.
Yeah, you want to be in the room when all that happens, which is good because the door is shut. You can't get out now, so come on.
What happens if you can't turn it off again?
We'll deal with that when we get there.
I wasn't that worried about it before, but now.
On that.
And Hestia is like just going up to this like the central thing and just grabs the ripcord and
Basically.
We're going to be fine. Everything is going to work out.
Yes.
From outside of the room, You hear a pulse, followed by a slow whine. The whine begins to raise in pitch until there's a sound of static in the air. Overhead, the lights come on. Actual overhead lights.
Oh, good.
Fantastic. That's great.
Immediately,
Karee, I'm gonna need
red
your help.
flashing sirens begin to sound.
Oh, loud.
It's a
Ouch.
little.
It's a little box. I was worried. What are
And
those turrets?
four turrets popped out from the ceiling.
How high is
These
this
are
ceiling?
moving significantly faster than the turrets in the previous area.
Yeah.
If I die in here after
All of that.
initiative,
Alright, what did my initiative go? Parul, my buddy.
Okay, let's see. What is all of those rolls?
security acts as one.
Great.
Right.
Why am I first?
That's a question you should ask yourself.
Oh, sorry. 1 second.
There we go. One moment.
Sorry about that. I return. Did I lose everyone?
No,
No, you're good.
Okay.
we're just patiently waiting.
Cool.
All right, what else? There was 1, 11, and 11. Okay. Use that to track those. All right. Alula.
Is there an underneath of this panel here?
Yes. The panel kind of overhangs the area in front of it.
Cool.
It looks
I'm
like
going.
it was intended as like a seat to slide under, but the seat is nowhere to be found.
I'm going to duck under that and use the hoverboard as a makeshift shield.
I would like to not be in the fight, thank you.
All right.
That is my turn.
These turrets are reachable with a jump. They're not yeah. They're slightly out of reach if you didn't have like a means to like jump or some such, I suppose. It's going to be awkward, I will say.
That's fine. I'll still make an attempt.
An attempt was made.
Alright. Do I have to roll anything other than Vibroblade? Are there any edit-
We'll add a task 2 penalty, so
Plus 10 to the, or minus 10 to the thing, yeah. So it's a 50 instead of a 60.
yeah.
Oh, good. That's great. I love that.
All right. Karee makes the
Next.
jumping attempt, but it does not work.
It does not. I swipe and it dodges or switches and I miss and I curse and feathering probably.
Parul gonna be going for the one in the top left
All right.
with the shot.
Give me that shot. Well,
Pew.
let's all right, let me actually put these on the so it's a little easier to
Ooh, pretty.
Okay.
Firearms training. Get firearms training. I'm gonna get firearms training.
That is not even yeah, that is easily taken out.
And now that that one's gone, Parul is going to head in that direction. Now, what's the movement?
Speed is one of those hexes, so half of your speed for each hex, or rather, okay. Divide your
5 feet hexes, or?
The hexes are 1 meter each, and your speed is how fast you can move is half of your speed in meters.
Yeah.
You have
So my speed is
full range of this entire area, more or less.
yeah, my speed is my speed is 80. My movement is 40 meters a turn.
This is going to be
That
adjusted.
seems
This is going to be adjusted.
drastically unreasonable.
Yes, it is going to be adjusted.
For the sake of reason, do we want to go with like divide by 10 instead?
I've been considering it, but that is what we're doing right now. I mean, it's not going to matter for this area.
Particular
So
fight. Like
Yeah.
it's just something I always am finding funny until it is adjusted, which I'm well aware it is on the list of this is going to be adjusted.
Yes.
My God, the bird is too fast.
Yeah, Parul is going to be in a place where she can see all 3 of the
all right.
things at once.
Okay, Karee, you are right next to this frame.
I sure am.
Now, did I have actual notes for that? I do not have notes.
I
on
do. I am wearing armor though,
that. Yes. Yes, you are.
for energy weapons even.
It's a good thing, too. Okay. All right. Let me check your inventory here. You have a heavy displacement vest. All right.
Yeah.
I'm going to need to pull up the manual real quick.
I have durability and stuff written down in the armor place.
Okay, then that is what we're durability. Okay.
I have
Damage
250
reduced.
written down.
Okay, so that is going to soak all of the damage from this hit. Reduce your
Sweet.
durability by 50. Keep a note of what its maximum is.
Yeah, that's what I was just doing, was filling in the max to make it.
Okay,
There we go.
all right, that soaked all of that damage.
Excellent. I appreciate that. Good armor.
Yeah, that is what armor is for. All right, this one is taking a shot at Ren. Since, yeah, that's not good enough. These things are still quite rusty despite moving faster. So, yeah. Ren, meanwhile, decides to shoot at the closer one to her. That's not good enough either. The next takes an aim at Ren as well. Because, again, Alula has made herself difficult to even see under the desk.
Alula's like, I'm gonna choose the hide
It's true.
option.
Ren is hit. The damage is soaked by the armor that she's wearing.
Heck yeah.
All right,
Panic, 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 panic.
back to Alula.
Panic.
Oh. Is there any random detritus on the ground nearby?
Did you not retrieve your knife?
Oh, yeah. My
Let's do
knife
this
that I
thing.
threw with impressive force.
Exactly.
Whatever, it's a distraction. I throw it, I kind of peek out from behind the hoverboard and throw it at the one that's attacking Ren.
Which one? The nearest one to her or the furthest one to her?
Are there 2 of them attacking Ren?
Yes,
Yeah.
both on the right attacked her because you were hidden and they couldn't see you.
The nearest.
Okay, go ahead and give me that roll.
Oh.
Hey.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Hail Mary, the knife toss!
The knife lodges deep inside the turret.
What? Alula is as surprised as anyone else.
All right, that is the right one. It wedges inside the turret, which sputters, sparks, and then powers down.
Huh.
Good timing. Hey, Kurt. It's up to Karee.
All right. I mean, we're gonna make another leap slice. See if I can do better this time. No.
The music went in a direction I wasn't expecting.
Versus. I get freaking nothing. I'm gonna freaking nothing. I tried. I failed.
My sniper rifle is cooling down for the next 2 turns, so...
Yep. All right. So, what would you like to do while it's cooling?
Looking around at Alula, didn't the robot give you some thing to help get into the system to turn off defenses or something?
I can't breathe.
Since Parul and I are on the same initiative, can I move over to Alula to read for her?
Yes.
I can read it mostly. Don't worry about what I can't tell.
It is ancient Featherin, but it is still relatively parsable. Similar to trying to read
Old
Shakespeare.
English? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, and this is wait, what the? We'll ignore that word. Moving on.
All right, I'll start relaying the instructions.
All right. Parul?
Parul is going to, like, seeing that there is now 2 completely free snipers. Fine, let me try. Walks up and gives it a go with a knife.
All right. Give me that check. What's your
65 standard down to 55 with the...
All right. Give me that check. No. I'm afraid the swiping overhead is not working out so well. Karee and Alula both give me a luck check against your current luck.
Sweet. No.
Alula? That is
Not a
also
chance.
no. Okay. The menus are difficult to navigate. All right. Parul, you have put yourself in peril. The turret turns and fires towards you and misses wildly.
Whiff.
All right. Karee, you have made yourself a closer target. To this.
It's fine.
That is another hit.
That was another 50 off of my durability for my.
That is another 50 off.
Oof.
Unless you spend luck. Would you like to spend luck?
No.
Okay.
No.
Ren lines up a shot at the turret nearest. That is a hit.
Yay.
That turret is down. All right. Back to Alula.
Okay. Alula stands up and actually looks at the panel herself. So what do we got
I
to...
will read words for you.
Okay. So,
And this...
you have computer use as a skill.
Yes.
Okay.
I have hacking.
What's that?
I have hacking.
That's true.
Less useful here.
True that
It is not a high.
Yeah, it's also not a very high hacking score.
It's not a high hacking skill.
Okay, but you two are working in concert, so both of you roll. Alula, roll computer use. Karee, roll hacking.
Hey, that's a good number.
That is... You both
Shit,
succeeded.
I rolled it.
Okay. You make out the... You make it out on the screen. You can, in fact, shut the last turret down, and any of the last turrets in the ship.
Off.
We will do that.
I can't believe I managed to roll under that.
I mean...
What was these rolls when I was trying to slice it to pieces, dang it?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, with a double success like that, yeah. The last turret powers, or the last turret wobbles a little and then retreats back into its casing, folding up into the ceiling.
Hey. The ship is on our side now.
Let's not go that far.
But I want to go that far.
As we move on to try and get this signal started, I assume.
I was going to say, you know exactly the right words to say to make a, well, I was going to say security officer, but like pirate feel happy.
All right.
Start going over the rest of the instructions.
Okay, so you aren't going to have to.
Hey.
Go ahead.
Meanwhile, Parul's like the gun goes up. And, hey! I'm nearly ready.
Nope, you're good.
Following the instructions given by Hestia, it is significantly easier to navigate the rest of the options, and you find the communications panel easily enough.
Click.
All right. You receive a warning back that there's too much interference to send a message. Something is interfering with the communication system.
You said we had instructions for scanning as well?
Yes.
If only we were warned about this.
Some amount of area.
Yes, there's a fairly large amount of area you can scan. The secondary mission was to scan for other potential means to get a message out if necessary, or other survivors or things like that. So, yeah.
Yeah, so once we get that warning that it won't work, possibly at this point, we will probably move on to doing the scan to see what information that will give us.
All right. Yeah, again, you don't have to roll for this. You have the instructions for how to access that.
Alula is going to see if she can turn the communications inward, so she can see if she can contact Hestia.
Good question.
Like Karee will help, mostly by reading.
So the communication systems inside the ship. Yes, you can get those active again.
Great. I'm going to attempt to get a message out to Hestia that we're okay in spite of things. How are you?
You hear a knocking on the door.
So good?
The core is spun up. Yes, I will give you instructions on how to turn the core back down afterwards. However, you will need to proceed with the scanning before that.
Okay.
Scanning time. Beep.
Okay. So the scanning systems are online, and immediately you are slammed with numerous indications of a very high power signal coming from the north. Like,
can we like download the information onto a data slate to take with us?
yeah, that's
For where it is.
Well, you know what? Give me a luck roll to see if it's even compatible.
good.
Compatible to do that, or you could just manually copy it down.
Well, I will give a luck roll first to see if it's possible. No, manually copying it is.
All right.
Translating as I go.
From the ship's scans, it would appear there's a mountain range to the north, and something buried under the mountains is giving a massive energy signal. Massive.
Good. Buried under mountains. I'm sure that means it's easily accessible.
Yay.
Parul, like looking over your shoulders at the sign, is like as if she has any idea what it means. Oh, well, yeah.
She's just nodding with her hand to her chin.
It's okay. She's a science officer. She knows what she's seeing.
Yeah, I will take as much detail as I can about location and other information that may be relevant.
All right, yeah, that is not difficult. You, if anything, that means you have an active map now. In the surrounding area is fully mapped out. You don't detect any life signs other than native life in the general area, but further out, you do like detect escape pods and such.
I will make note of those locations as well.
A good plan.
So, pirate jamming device, or whatever that thing was that scared the bejesus out of me out in the field.
I don't know. I don't know if it's something the pirates did or if it's something else did and it's been left here.
Look,
Hi, glancing pointedly at the 200-year-old feathering spaceship.
my old boss liked to say that he set this whole thing up, but no.
Jamming device claimed by pirates,
Yeah.
or
Probably in relation to that thing we saw out in the field that gave us the nightmares.
There's another
stay the
knock
hell
on the
away from
door.
that thing.
Are you
it gave
done
you
with the
nightmares
scanning?
too?
I didn't say it gave me. I said us. You're. Anyways, yeah. I think we're done with the scanning. As I make sure I've got all the pertinent information written down that needs to be written down.
Then please begin to spin down the fission core.
We are ready to follow the instructions to spin down the fission core.
She reads out the instructions to you. Again, easy enough to follow. The lights overhead begin to dim. They go out, followed by the emergency running lights. After which the static in the air begins to subside. Rather. And the fission core has stopped.
We have just given ourselves so many interesting forms of cancer.
Hestia begins to pull on the door.
I will go help.
I'm assuming that wasn't an out loud thought. If it was an out loud thought, Alula is now checking everyone with her medical scan.
that was a distinctly out of character thought. Parul probably does not know what cancer is.
In or out of character, I do think Hestia said that the command center area, whatever, would shield down when.
Yeah, I'm sure it tried, and I give absolute faith in its 200-year-old shielding to be perfect radiation.
Fair enough.
Hestia walks in, singed. The left half of her body is sagging, partially melted. I will need time.
Yeah.
Is this in my training?
I do not think so.
Can you?
I will
No.
let us rest here for a moment.
Okay. Yeah. Can we shut the door back up in case other things follow us in?
That would be wise.
Shutting door back up as best I can.
Ren helps.
Hey, Ren. Yeah.
Maybe be more polite to the robot. The robot is kind of hardcore.
Pal units are very hardcore.
She sits and pushes up against the disabled bot with her back against it.
Alula's kind of fretting because she wants to treat this, but like that's not really how this works.
Is there anything we can do to help in any way, Hestia?
I will simply need time for my healing routines to work at this problem. In the meantime, I suggest getting some rest before we move on to the next part of this mission.
Very well. Rest it is. So I'm rolling and dancing from foot to foot.
Hestia turns to Alula. If it helps, you could bandage the sagging frame.
Yeah.
Give the bunny something to do.
I appreciate that she's doing this almost entirely for Alula's benefit, and probably so does Alula. But...
To be fair, it probably would help suspend it in place so that it would heal faster, but yeah, it's... From what you...
That is a required thing.
Yeah, how much do you know about PAL units? Either
Me
Alula or
Karee?
Karee. I know poor Parul does not know anything about them, apparently.
I mean, I don't know about knowing about them. Karu's probably at least interacted with them before.
Alula probably. Well, I mean, she probably received training on. Here's what you could do for PAL units. Not much.
Okay. If you think there might be a chance, give a intellect roll. Okay.
I'm smart.
So the internal systems, there's not much you can do. Bandaging it will in fact help it heal a little bit, but it's more up to her internal subroutines for that to help. And a roll that low lets you know that in fact PAL units do have pain sensors and can feel pain. They just don't tend to act on that. So lucky you know she's suffering.
I'm just so glad you made that roll.
Does Panacea do anything for them?
No, it does not.
Cool.
I'm gonna go with the idea that Karee assumes they can shut off any kind of receptors they have.
You do know, in fact, that they can turn off their pain sensors, which you're fairly certain she did after she sat down.
Right?
I'm gonna go ahead and start doing first aid now.
Okay, go ahead and give me a roll on that.
Success.
Hey. All right.
Can we scavenge any bits from that other room of...
Those models are 200 years out of date.
I mean, they're probably about as compatible with her as my data slate was compatible with the computer, which is not at all.
That's fair.
She'll be okay. She'll be okay. She'll be okay. She's just as much trying to convince herself of that as anyone else.
Karee will with 100% confidence say, yeah, she'll be fine.
The group begins to wind down. They settle in to get a little bit of rest, perhaps even some sleep, if possible. It has been a trying morning. A nap would not go amiss. Swapping over.
Karee is all for naps.
Alula, where do you come from? What was your home planet like?
I'm from Athos, an archipelago planet with silvery beaches, pink sky, lots of gold. It was a wonderful little place, split between a resort and a research planet.
What was your youth like? What did you grow up doing?
Surfing. So much surfing. I would say it was the only thing to do, but yeah, I enjoyed it.
Is there anyone important in your past that you remember? Were they your friends or any enemies, rivals?
My friends back on Athos. Coral, my forever bestie. There was also Mira, my older college friend. Jax, that daredevil. Yeah. And then there was Lyrim. Apparently she grew up in a desert planet, so it was kind of a shock for her to move to a planet like mine. But apparently she grew to love it.
Good. Okay. The salt sea air of the early morning fills you. The sound of waves against the sand and wood and the brilliant sun lighting up the gold and purple skies. It was a beautiful summer day, made all the sweeter by two factors. One, school was out as of yesterday. And two, you and Coral had decided to get ice cream and take a long walk down the boardwalk in the resort district. Coral turns to you. I'm just saying, I don't know what I want to do. I'm not good enough to make money off ice surfing, not like you or Jax. It wasn't that either of you made money that way, but among your group, it was often a theory that you could, if you really wanted to.
If I really wanted to. Well, I mean, with enough practice, or I don't know.
She breaks in. Have you thought about what you want to do? You know, the rest of your life?
I suppose the obvious answer would be to get into surfing, but it's been a lot of that. I can't believe I'm saying this, but maybe I should look at something else.
Coral seems kind of surprised, actually. She's about to speak up, but then in the distance, running at a fair jog, you see Liram. Her brilliant white scales are pretty hard to miss, in fact. She's waving at you as she jogs forward. Hey guys! Myra just called me. She's back in town for a few weeks. She takes a moment to catch her breath and stretch out. She said she'll meet us at the dock.
Oh? I can't believe it. I thought she'd be too busy.
I know, right? She's always busy with the college crap, but I guess maybe she has like a week or two off?
Oh, that's great. We should definitely say hi. Let's go.
It was not a long walk, but Liram saw the ice cream and also wanted ice cream. So after a quick pit stop, the three of you make your way to the dock where you see Mira's hover pod. She and Jax are already there, sitting on its top. Jax sits up and grins, and Myra waves excitedly before jumping down and onto the dock. Coral's already dashing into a hug. Liram not far behind.
And, of course, Alula is not far behind them.
She takes you all up into a big group hug. Girls, it's been forever.
It sure has. What have you been up to?
Oh, you know, cutting open fake people, studying chemistry. It's pretty boring, but I mean, it's necessary, you know?
I suppose so. Sounds kind of gruesome, actually.
It's got its moments. Jax laughs. You know, it's great to see all of you together again, but you know what would make it even better? Jump cut. The hoverpod skims across the surface of the water by mere inches. Speeding out into the sea, Jax relayed that he had found a nearby cove with exceptionally good surf while exploring recently. It seemed like a great way to celebrate. Surfing was, after all, what had originally brought you and your friends together. The cove is easily spotted when you know what to look for, covered in trees and no permanent structures in a small bay. The island seemed designed for people to visit, which, honestly, was not entirely impossible. So many islands had been raised artificially on Athos that it got hard to keep track of what was natural and what had been made for a resort. Regardless, Mira's hoverpod lands gently on the beach. The side entrance slides open with a chirp. We're here! Everyone, get your boards. I brought the grill.
All right. Now look at this place.
The silver sands of the beach stretch out before you. It is absolutely stunning. And it doesn't take long to get Myra to get the grill out and start setting it up. The rest of the girls, and Jax, are already dashing towards the water with their boards.
Well, can't be the last one there, can I? Oh, I'm gonna be the last one there.
You know what? Let's give that a roll.
Rollsies.
Just percentiles. Yeah.
Doesn't seem to have automatic percentiles here.
Yeah, it does. If you right click, you should be able to.
Oh,
You can always set the percentiles down on the bottom to have an automatic as well.
that's true. But I also like that roll.
99?
Maybe. Oh, wait. I don't like that roll. I forgot what system we were playing.
Alula, distracted by Myra setting up the grill, for just a moment, is outpaced towards the water. Jax reaches the surf first, followed by Coral and Lirim. Is Alula ever going to live this down?
She suddenly starts forward and then proceeds to drop the bird and then trip over it.
Oh no. Well, as Alula eats dirt for just a moment, the rest are starting to get their waves in. Jax paddles by, points and laughs before paddling back out.
All right. I'm going to show Jax up specifically.
To be fair, that has entirely been the relationship with Jax. Both of you doing your best to show each other up as much as possible.
Pick my board back up, and I rocket my way towards the beach.
All right. This time it's
Rocketing towards the sand was what happened the first time. That was bad.
Yeah, not typically what you want to do when you're going for a beach situation. All right. As time passes, most of the group begin to retire back to the beach eventually. You've been out surfing for a few hours now, and damn, does it feel good to be out here with everybody else again. But the rest have started to get tired, and Myra has finished grilling up quite a feast from the looks of it. However, Jax is very clearly not ready to go back. And he looks to you, winks. How about it, Blue? Think you can catch a bigger wave?
She looks at the feast that is being prepared and then back to Jax. And she can't back down from a challenge. All right, you're on.
All right. Jax immediately starts heading out. We're going to do a series of rolls here. Don't worry too much about the results. But this is very much for your entire reputation.
Look, statistically, I cannot do worse than I just did. And this is where I rolled double odd. I forget if double odd is good or bad.
Bad. It's a 100.
Shoot. Statistically, I could do worse. Oh well.
But you don't. In fact, the very first wave you find is much more impressive than the one Jax managed to catch.
Yeehaw.
No, that was last time.
That was last time. It's true.
However, Jax does exceptionally well in riding said wave. Let's see another roll from you.
Let's see. Get back here.
Well,
Less good.
less good. It's not bad. You managed to ride the wave relatively well, but it's, Jax just seems to do a little bit more with it,
Show off.
Is it showing off if I'm just that good?
I'll show you.
In the distance, it's starting to get a little bit darker. Storms are relatively common on this planet. You don't see any indication it's coming your way, but the waves are starting to get a little bigger, which is typically a good thing in this particular situation. Jax points them out as they're starting to move in, and he's starting to get excited at the prospect of even better waves.
Alula is slightly concerned, but also not a coward.
Jax immediately starts going for it.
Oh, I'll just have to do the reasonable and responsible thing and also go for it.
Again, not a failure, but Jax just happens to find a slightly bigger wave.
Tisk.
He does, however, almost wipe out. Whereas the wave you find is, well, it's not, while it was a smaller wave, you in fact do nail it, in fact do a trick or two while you're on the board, I would say.
Oh, we should probably pack it in soon.
What's wrong, Blue? Getting scared? He immediately starts going for another wave.
Shouldn't get baited, but does.
Oof.
Uh-oh.
Jax begins to move out, and let's see. You know what? Both of you get pushed back by a large wave almost immediately. Jax barely holds onto the board before he gets back up on it and starts moving back out.
Jax, come on.
Jax isn't listening. There is a flash of lightning in the distance, and Jax is up on his board. A very heavy wave moves in. Jax slips. He falls, cracks his head on the board, and then goes under the water.
Jax!
The Mira saw it happen, and she's screaming from the beach. The other girls are now very concerned. Myra's heading back towards the hoverboard. Her hover pod.
I'm going to attempt to pull Jax back to shore.
All right, give me a roll for swimming, and then also one for perception. All right, that is a waterborne swimmer there.
Of course.
And perception.
Less great. Not so good.
Alula immediately dives into the water, swimming as quickly as she ever has. She does not, however, see Jax anywhere. The wave seems like it took him with it. Myra has come out of the hover pod. She's holding a something in her hands. Difficult to make out, especially since you're probably still underwater.
That doesn't help, yeah. I'll resurface to try to get a hold of her.
As you come back to the surface, she is standing at the edge of the beach, waving frantically at you to come ashore. She has well, it looks like a scanner, actually.
Alula will hesitate a moment, trying, to desperately spy him through the water, but will swim back.
All right. It is not hard to get out back to shore. The waves are starting to come in harder. It practically pushes you ashore. The girls are gathered around Mira, and she is staring at the scanner. I think I know I can find him with this. Just give me a moment. And she fiddles with it. And she starts looking to the north, to round from the bay to one of the rocky shores that were to the north.
Lula's panicking just a little. I told him not to. I told him.
I know. Coral puts her hand on your shoulder. He never listens. It's not your fault. Let's go.
She's trying to collect herself.
Mira starts leading the way towards the north. Eventually, you do come across. It is, as I said, this part of the island. The bay is the nicest part of the island. It looks like the bay was like perfect sand, perfect surf. The areas around the bay are all rocky shores, large rocks not broken down. And looking around to the north, eventually you do in fact see Jax lying face down, washed up on the beach.
Oh, no.
Getting closer?
Yep, we'll rush right up to his side.
Yep. Mira is right behind you. Let's see. Alright, Yeah, with a gasp when you reach the body, or Mira gasps as you reach the body. Not the body. Let's be clear, it's not the body.
Jesus.
Mira gasps as you both rush to his side. The wind is really starting to pick up. Jax's face is a wreck. His nose is clearly broken. He's bleeding heavily. He's covered in bruises and a lot of small cuts. He's probably got some broken bones. Mira takes out her scanner and grimaces. She yells at the girls to go back to the hoverpod and grab a blanket or something to help carry him with.
Okay, then am I with them? Should I don't know.
Seems like she wants at least someone here to stay with her while she's here. So she's asking Lyram and Coral, I think.
Yeah, I think Alula started to get up, but kind of saw the body language and was like,
Yeah, completely understandable. The Coral and Lyram rush back to the hoverpod. Mira grabs your hand for just a moment.
Huh?
Just stay calm. Stay with me.
Oh, okay.
Let's see. The girls, well, okay, so Mira wore a sarong, which she rips off and turns into a temporary bandage for Jax's face. Because it is the most heavily bleeding part. He clearly hurt his head pretty badly when he hit the board.
Alula's currently like, she's clenched her hands up so hard it's white knuckling her own hands, basically.
The girls eventually, or rather, the girls quickly return with a big beach blanket, which they help move Jax very carefully onto. With the scanner, Mira had detected that he had not had any spinal injuries, so that was at least something. He would be safe to move. As you do so, it has started to rain. It started to rain hard. The wind has continued to pick up strength. This isn't looking like a normal storm. This is looking like something bigger.
No.
The group grabs the blanket, secures Jax, and gets rushed back quickly and as safely as they can. Mira curses about having not brought in any panacea. With Jax laid down on the floor of the hoverpod when they return, Mira engages the pod's storm mode, rendering it both immobile and shielded. So at least you are safe from the storm.
What are the odds? I thought it wasn't coming towards us.
It didn't look like it. I don't think anyone clocked that it was.
Jeez. But that's not here or there. What do we do?
Mira shakes her head, shakes it off. She asks someone to place a call for help on the pod's comms and gets working, examining Jax. It's bad. He's covered in bruises and small cuts. His left arm is very clearly broken, and he has a concussion. His face is visibly mangled from being ground on the rocks. But aside from bleeding, thankfully most of the bodily damage seems superficial. The head wound seems worse. The call got through, but the news is also bad. Do not attempt to move from your current location until the storm has passed. We cannot safely retrieve you. Sit tight. Mira turns to you and asks you to elevate Jax's head and shoulders somehow. Keep them elevated while she carefully checks his breathing.
Right. Do I just lift or...
A blanket on your knees, anything.
She will grab a towel from out of the pod and then set it up on her lap and just raise his head.
Mira nods, and then she gets to checking. She lets out a long, low exhale. He's breathing. Steady, but he's in the danger zone. She gently takes Alula's hands. Can you help me keep an eye on him while I do what I can for him?
Yeah, I can do that.
The contact is steadying somehow, reassuring. Myra is terrified. You can see it. She's putting on a brave face, but at the same time, she seems certain she can do this. Myra's always been the level-headed one, but you've never seen her composed in a moment like this before. The others spend the next few hours fetching supplies for you and Myra. Keep jumping between Myra and Myra. She instructs you as she cleans Jack's wounds. Asks you to follow her instructions and do the same so that she can clean them faster.
Alula nods and is just trying her best not to freak out for both her sake and Jack's and Mira.
You know what? Give me a roll on that.
Oh boy, nothing bad ever happens when I roll.
It's fine. It's fine.
It's fun.
It is difficult, but you do manage to keep yourself composed. At least enough. The bandaging, the small cuts are being cleaned. At least that part doesn't take all that much time, all things considered, and it is not all that difficult for you after you've been shown. Eventually, the time comes and Mira has to treat Jax's face. She warns you, and then pulls away the temporary bandage. It's a sickening sight. She nods and asks you to hold Jax's head steady while she treats the cuts. His nose is very obviously broken.
Alula had to fight, kind of gasping and holding her face.
Yeah, understandably. Myra takes a cold compress and presses it against the broken nose. And after cleaning up the cuts, she takes a fresh, clean bandage and slowly wraps it carefully around his face, especially around the nose. Satisfied for now, she moves on to his broken arm and asks you to hold his shoulder down.
Alula nods and slowly exhales.
Myra takes his arm and steadies it as best she can before placing a splint. She won't be able to fix it here, but she can at least keep it from getting worse. Let's see. After that's done, Mira wearily gets up and sits down heavily on the nearest seat. You feel like you've just been through several marathons.
Yeah.
Coral gently places a thermal blanket over Jax, and Mira nods. Coral also gets a fresh pillow and helps to place it under Jax's head so that you can get up. Mira just...
Alula
Go ahead.
has a hard time moving from the spot and has to kind of be coaxed away because she's kind of
Shell-shocked?
yeah.
Understandably. Mira helps you, or not Mira, Coral helps you up and helps you to get to a seat. Mira turns to them and addresses Coral and Lyram. Someone has to be awake to keep an eye on him. We should take shifts until the rescue ship is dispatched.
Right. Alula's kind of sitting there, hands buried, or her face buried in her hands, just shivering.
Coral has brought over a thermal blanket to wrap around you.
Oh, thank you.
She squeezes your shoulders. I can take the first watch. You and Mira should both sleep while you can, if you can. Lyram, can you take second? Lyram nods. Mira smiles. Sadly, I knew I could count on you. If anything changes, if he wakes up, starts coughing, rolling over, anything, wake me up immediately, okay? Okay. Mira looks tired. So tired. Alula?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Terrifying.
It is, but you helped, and I think because of your help, I think he's going to make it. I hope.
She kind of looks up into her eyes and nods slowly. I'm so glad you were here.
Me too. The storm. Go ahead.
Just the thought that if you weren't... No, I don't want to think about it.
Mira nods understandingly. Coral has not softened her grip on your shoulders.
Kind of put her hand... Alula puts her hand on Coral's.
Yeah, Coral nods, and you should sleep if you can.
I'll try.
The storm raged on for several more days, trapped as you were within it. Thankfully, Jax's condition did not get worse, and his bleeding did eventually stop. He did not regain consciousness. Myra managed to keep him hydrated with force feeding him water. The storm would eventually abate, and the rescue ship was on the scene almost immediately. The medics that arrived complimented your group's quick thinking before taking Jax onto a real stretcher and moving him to their ship. Mira insisted to go with them. Before she did, she placed the hoverpod's keys in your hand, Alula, before hugging all of you tightly. Get home safely. I'll find you when I can.
Yeah, of course.
You watched as the ramp of the rescue ship closed, Mira watching somberly from the other side.
Kind of. It's a half-hearted, like she really wants to wave goodbye, but it's just, boy, circumstances.
Oh, yeah. Alula, why did you join the SES?
That day was terrifying for me, and if Mira hadn't been there, I could have lost a friend. It was then that I realized that if I had known the things that Mira knew, that I could have been able to help as well, much more effectively. And then I knew. I realized I too wanted to know medicine and how to put people back together. And of course, the SES was the quickest way I knew how to do that.
Karee, where are you from? Or where do you come from? What was your home planet like?
I'm from Adame. It's a core world, fairly important, of the Federant. And Ecumenopolis, which is basically almost the entire planet, is just a single city. There's some shallow seas still in the southwest, where a lot of the original native plants and animals are preserved. The rest of it being terraformed to better suit the city life.
What was your youth like? What did you grow up doing?
Early youth was pretty controlled, but as soon as I got a little bit of freedom, some of which was stolen against the will of my parents, I will admit I may have caused some trouble now and then for some other people. Nothing too, terribly drastic. And I only got caught really once, so that's the only one that counts when you get caught.
Is there anyone important in your past that you remember? Any friends, rivals, enemies?
Well, I wasn't alone in my troublemaking. The group wasn't always the same. A few faces were around a fair amount. The main cohort partner, rubble maker adjacent, was Misha. I had known her for quite a while, even maybe when the troublemaking possibly started. I may have attempted to run away from home at one point when I was still wee, and met Misha on the train, the mag rail.
Huh.
Her mother called my caretaker, so it was unfortunate.
The rain spatters on the windshield of the skimmer trike. Lights overhead flashing by the great expanse of the shallow seas, breezing past. As you and Misha speed along the mile-wide bridge, past way station and mag trains running down its side. It's been too long since we made our way out this far. She smiles and half turns back towards you. Good memories out this way.
A few now and then.
The two of you chat and Misha indicates she's pulling over. We should get something to eat. She's pulling over into a way station. You don't really feel terribly hungry, but you're certain she probably isn't really all that hungry either.
Yeah, we could probably use a rest.
She gets out and waits for you to join her.
Which Karee does.
In the station, it's a little place for travelers to stop, buy snacks, or make a pit stop on the long bridge that spans nearly an entire hemisphere. As the two of you walk around looking for things to eat, Misha is not very subtly sliding things into her pockets. You know she can afford it. You could afford it too. So, I got a nice offer. A little job. Something that, well, for the payout's not really that big a deal.
Would it be fun?
Oh, I think it'd be a lot of fun. She slides a bottle of booze into an inner jacket pocket. There's a package someone wants it picked up and delivered from a warehouse to their doorstep. That's it. Be discreet. No wrecking up the place. No messages.
Is the warehouse interesting?
I think it's just an old abandoned warehouse. At least when I was looking into it, I didn't see anyone really using it. I think there's one guard, and that's it. But, well, the payout would be more than enough for two young entrepreneurs to get, a small ship, get off world, start making a real life. She grins, tempting you with your shared dream.
Karee is fully grinning back at her now because she's imagining that ship and finally getting some actual freedom.
She's not.
Yeah. That would be an excellent opportunity.
Mir's Misha's expression is mirroring your own. She starts walking towards the counter and grabs a sandwich, which she goes to the clerk, a little rat, literally a rat, behind the counter who barely glances up in your direction before tapping an alarm. Shit! Misha runs out, sandwich in hand, and laughing, jumping into her skimmer trike.
Karee is immediately behind her, also laughing. You weren't being especially subtle, I'm thinking.
That's the point. She guns the engine, and after you jump in, she speeds away. As you are nearing the end of the bridge, lights begin to flash behind you, and you see a police trike coming up pretty fast behind. You recognize the officer sitting in the seat in the front.
Oh, we've got a spotter.
Well, I guess I should probably pull over. She already knows it's us. Besides, it's just gonna be a slap on the wrist, right?
I mean, it's true. It's just a few small snacks. Sandwich, unless you dropped it.
She is digging around in the side of the trike and pulls it up to show it. Still got it.
Ah, nice.
She pulls over, and it is Officer Frey, the secretary bird, who gets out, walks up, looks very disappointed. You know this song and dance.
Yeah.
She, okay. Let me find where I was. Just kind of... Yeah. She escorts you home, you and Misha, separately.
Oh, that's no fun.
I think that's the point. How she kept letting you get away with things like this is beyond you, but her disappointment was palpable.
It's not a large bother that she's disappointed. Karee is probably fairly used to it at this point, but she still lets us get away with it, so it can't be real disappointment.
I mean, it could very much be real disappointment. A few days later, you find yourself standing across the street from a lonely warehouse centered at the edge of an industrial shipping district. You case the place for a while and have seen very little in the way of guards. You've seen the one that Misha mentioned before, but even there, just paying attention to the front entrance and very little else. Misha sees it as a sign to proceed.
Karee agrees. This is the chance. It doesn't look hard.
After casing the place, you realize there's a few possibilities of how to get in. There is, of course, the large front entrance with the shutters and single-person entrance in the back. There's vents on the roof, and, well, there's a sewer access. Misha always seemed to have ways of getting building schematics from legit sources.
It's definitely been very useful. I'm not really feeling the sewer. Can you go through the other ones again? I'm sorry.
There was the rooftop access with the vents. There's the single-person back entrance, and the large front shutters that the guard is standing in front of.
Probably not going to be the front.
Probably not.
How hard does it look to access the roof?
You reckon you could probably get up there. It's raining because it's almost always raining on Adamain.
Constantly.
Yeah,
it's fine.
But there's a lot of ledges and handholds that you could get a hold of. And you're pretty athletic, let's be honest. You and Misha both, really.
Yeah. Well, we've done a lot of athletic things. Karee will look to Misha. So, I'm not really feeling sewers, I said. I'm thinking maybe the roof. It looks the most interesting and least likely to be spotted if the guard decides to do a little walk around.
Misha looks up and nods, and All right, that works for me. All right, you first.
All right.
I'm going to need you to do some rolls for me. Do some percentiles.
Just straight percentiles?
Yeah.
All right.
I have a...
Wait.
Well... That's an 80, which is not the best. It's a little more slick than you thought. Misha ends up having to help you up a little bit. She doesn't do a much better job. The sound of you two struggling to get up the first ledge has drawn some attention. You hear the guard up front begin to shift around. You can keep trying.
How large was the building again? Like, how large are the sides?
Let's see, height or width or
Width, like along the bottom of the building.
Gotcha. I mean, it is a fairly large warehouse.
Large warehouse.
Yeah. The easiest place to climb would be around the middle-ish section.
Yeah. I will make another attempt to get up and hopefully out of sight / range of the guard.
Yeah.
That's better.
That is far more successful.
And if I have to, I'll try to help Misha.
She's going to need the help. She's starting to slip on the ledge.
No, up.
With your help, she does eventually make it, and you begin to slowly make your way up. Below you, you see the guard beginning to walk down the dark alleyway that you were standing in. I'm going to roll this off the chat so no one can see it. Okay, that was not... Okay, I'll be honest, that was a 57. They did not spot you. They walk directly beneath you, and you make it to the top of the roof where the outstanding vents are located. Misha begins to explore or look into the vents.
Look clear? Nothing moving in there?
Most of them seem like they just aren't working at all. There's a couple that have exhaust coming out, but this really looks abandoned.
It really does. I can't help but imagine what is in here that whoever it is that wants it for, like.
Right? But, you know, the payout.
It will be worth it.
She begins to jimmy at the side of one of the vents to try to get the outer grating out.
Karee will do what she can to help.
Okay. In that case, go ahead and roll a percentile. I'll roll for her.
Wee. Oh god. Karee makes it harder.
No. It takes a long time, I'll say. It takes longer than you intended.
I don't have my vibroblade yet.
It takes time, but you eventually do pry it off. It is starting to get late, though. So Misha climbs into the vent and just work her way down. It is a fairly sizable vent.
Karee will follow. Hopefully not fall on her. Karee's not thinking about that, though.
Of course. Once inside, it's actually fairly large, but it does appear to be very disused. There are cobwebs, there's dust, and the lights are out. Shipping crates are coated in dust.
Where did the person who wants this say that it was at?
They didn't. They described it, though. Just look for a...
Oh, yay!
Just look for a metal case.
Karee looks around at the assumedly metal shipping crates.
Luckily, the shipping crates are like... Well, okay, most of them are metal, but they're not... She describes the package a little bit more. It is more of a briefcase in size. So just by size, it should be a lot easier to pick out.
Good, because we couldn't carry one of these things out.
It's very true. But imagine if we could. She starts looking around.
Karee will look as well.
All right, give me...
Hey. Damn it.
Well, you
Why
don't.
did the dice hate me?
I don't know. You've rolled. Everything's been practically a 70 or higher, almost for you.
Yeah. That 19.
Except
Good one.
all 70s, but 119. Right. You don't spot it, but eventually Misha does, and she waves you over. There's a small, briefcase-sized metal crate. This is it.
All right.
She's
Probably
looking at it.
napkin.
She's looking at it.
Hmm.
She's got that look in her eyes. And she pulls out a lockpick.
Did the person who wants it say not to open it?
He didn't say. She's already working at it.
Karee isn't trying to stop her. Just curious about
She breaks.
whether or not it's told not to, so wants to worse, or is just curious initially.
She snaps the first lockpick and then digs it out and tries again. And does the exact same thing again, but gets it on the third try. Well, third time.
Tries the charm.
Hey. So she puts her hands on the buttons on the side, the latches. So he
Karee is
didn't
totally leaning in
exactly.
closer.
He didn't exactly tell me not to look. She starts to open it. So let's see. Inside are 3 items. On one side, there's a med injector. In the middle is a small, wrist-mounted, looks almost like a watch. Then on the other side, packaged together, are 3 small vials filled with a vibrant purple liquid. There's no documentation inside of the case.
That's absolutely drugs.
It's got to be some kind of drugs, right?
Yes,
me,
there's nothing else it could be.
Give me some kind of, give me a percentile. I think Misha will.
Ugh, God dang it. Dice, please.
Well, there's no documentation, but there is a hazard symbol on the purple vial. She shrugs and latches the case back up and turns to you, holding the case.
Karee will take it, assuming that's what she's trying to do.
Sure.
And
She hands you the case.
I don't know.
She was, well, I mean, yeah, that works. She hands you the case.
Either she's going to carry it out or I am, but one of us is carrying it out of this building.
It's true. And she begins to look around for a way out. You could get back through the vents, but it will also involve climbing again. And you don't know that she is terribly wanting to go through another ordeal of climbing.
Yeah.
The alarms
Karee was
go
gonna
off.
say her. Oh, well, I guess we're going out the back door. Come on.
Misha begins to freak out, but then starts running for the back door after you.
Karee's like, nope, we're leaving now.
Someone must have tripped it. What the hell?
I mean, maybe the guard looked in a window. I don't know. It doesn't matter. We're leaving.
She looks around. There are no windows here. But regardless, the alarm was tripped. The two of you bust out of the back door and slip into Misha's trike. She guns the engine and takes off. The skimmer trike whines as Misha weaves through traffic and around obstacles. Police vehicles are in hot pursuit. You are belted in, and while the package is secured in the third seat next to you. I can't seem to shake them off.
Oh, we gotta get rid of them.
We gotta, yes. It was worth it though, right? The amount of credits.
It will be worth it. When we get the payout, we get out of here, we get rid of them, get the payout.
It's fine.
We leave.
It's fine. I know a place we can stay while the heat dies down and before Misha can finish her sentence. Another vehicle clips her skimmer, careening into a building. You hear the tearing of metal and the fizzling of engines, and worse, the street below is coming closer. The skimmer slams into the envirocrete before skidding along as the roof of the trike collapses and crumbles. The skimmer is completely turned upside down. It drags for a bit. You are uninjured. Well, that's not true. You're hurt. You're scraped up. But you're not dead.
Misha, are you alive?
Misha groans and starts tugging herself out of her seat, falls to the ground. You
Karee
have
joins her
been,
in.
unfortunately, you have been pinned.
Oh,
Misha,
Karee doesn't join her.
Misha manages to pull herself out and climbs to the side of the vehicle. The package has been thrown from the skimmer and is a few feet away from you, just out of reach. Let's see.
Misha, I can't move.
I'm coming. Misha limps over towards you and reaches down to help. But sirens flash, and she hesitates. She looks you in the eyes. I'm sorry. She swipes the package and begins to limp quickly down the nearest alley. Your head swims between the betrayal and the pain. You black out. You awaken in a bed, and Officer Frey is standing above you. You find yourself wrapped head to toe in bandages. You really did it, Karee. Of all the things to pull.
I mean, apparently I really didn't. If I'm here. Oh.
She shakes her head. Look, I pulled some strings for you. And I know, deep down, you're a good kid, even if you've never been one. But it's not safe here. That package, it was venom toxin, Karee. Venom toxin is a extremely illegal drug that you don't take it. It gets put into you for purposes of murder, usually torture, assassination. It causes a searing pain, a terrible sluggishness. And without immediate treatment, the victim will die a slow, agonizing death. There's no good applications for the drug, and worse,
Well, fuck.
worse, the device with it, the little watch, it's called a chameleon device. It's a sophisticated piece of technology that can, when you know how to use it, create a false image of another person in your place. Enough to fool scanners all the way down to the DNA and body heat structures. Someone wants that for very bad reasons, Karee. And
I mean, I don't think anyone would want it for good reasons. Oh.
and unfortunately, they know you were involved in taking it. Your friend Misha disappeared. I don't know where she's gone, but hopefully she got whatever payout she was looking for, because I hope it was worth it. Let's see. She looks to the side. There's an aide there who nods, and your bed is disengaged from the wall, hovering. You poked a hornet's nest with what you pulled. She grimaces, but look. I know. Let's see. Oh, I skipped some things. Look. As I said, it's not safe for you to stay on world. They'll be looking for you, so I have to send you elsewhere. I'm sending you to the Furazon Federation. There's an exchange program I can get you in. Look, I don't expect you to stick with the program, but just, please, keep your head down At least for a while.
I mean, I can't make promises. But you're sending me off world.
Going off-world.
Good luck finding Misha.
We'll try.
Karee is got a mixed set of feelings inside of her right now because on the one hand, that betrayal was not great. On the other hand, she also is realizing what Misha has, that she gets the payout and doesn't instead get, disappeared.
It's very, very much so.
Like, she's not voicing any of this, but it is jumbled inside of her because, like, boy, that betrayal, but also been friends for a very long time, and like,
Oh yeah. The bed is being moved, hovering along. You are being brought to a small, discreet, black ship. Frey taps your foot as you're loaded, and you realize the extensive bandaging, especially those wrapping around your face, are for show, and probably to hide your identity. You're loaded in, and the bed locks into place. You are not locked into the bed, I should clarify.
that's fair.
The
Karee
ship,
isn't really moving though; it's just processing.
that's true. The ship's engines prime, and you sit up. Outside of your window, you watch as the buildings of Adomain begin to recede. You get up and go to the window as you watch the entire planet begin to fall away, further and further. You finally got what you wanted your entire life. You can't say it feels that good, actually.
I wasn't supposed to be alone.
Karee, why did you join the SES?
I mean, it was a choice I didn't really have, but I'm grateful. I had to leave the planet. It had been my dream since I was young enough to have a dream. And the SES was how it happened.
One. So, Parul, where do you come from? What was your home planet like?
I remember it was hot. Definitely hotter than this void-forsaken rock I've ended up on. The trees were much more green, very dark green, real spooky at night. We used to, me and the others used to dare each other to see what lurked in the forests, but we never made it too far in. I don't think there was ever anything actually too dangerous there, though. Not like here. But when you're a kid, you don't have a proper gun. When the danger came, it didn't come from the shadows under the trees. There's probably nothing left of it now.
Yes.
They weren't ready when the raiders took us. They took everything they could, burned the rest.
When the raiders did come, when did they take you on board? Was there anyone with you?
There were some others that got taken with me, but we were kept fairly separate for the most part. Didn't want us having any remembrance of home and that. So after a while, I didn't see anyone from home again.
Hmm. The let's see. What was your youth like? What'd you grow up doing?
Work, all sorts of work. It's all hard work in the colonies, and well, I remember thinking as a kid we were all hard done by, slaving away despite being so young. School was half stuff that seems pointless, core world blather you'd never need, half stuff about the planet that they were wrong about half the time. Everyone was figuring it out as they went along. And then back home and chores, everyone was always tired. But they said they'd be worth it once we got it all settled. And once we got raided, look, I don't really want to go into that honestly, but well, at first it made me appreciate just how good we had it Black Planet side, and then I mostly tried to forget it best I could. Just keep your head down, do what you're told, and survive.
Hmm. What was the ship like you last served on?
Rough one, bulging, scum-sucking blight filled with rotten walking pus bags. Galaxy would be made better if the whole thing just got sucked into the sun, but that'd be too good for them.
Is there anyone important in your past that you remember? Any friends, enemies, rivals?
We didn't really have friends. We had allies, rivals for sure, competition. They had very strict rules about not doing anything permanent to each other, but God, if I could have shot off Mion's foot and watched her hobble and beg, I would have laughed the whole time doing it. All right, sorry, too much. Look, there was one girl I thought I could trust. She got raided, just like me, so I thought I could. But turns out she was more ruthless than Reaver ever was. And if she's still up there, she's going to regret taking too much time grandstanding and not making sure of the kill.
The screech and tearing of metal screams down the corridor as the mining lasers do their work, battering and breaking down the outermost hull of the ship. Soon, the hull falls away in numerous sheets, and pirates begin to spill on, boarding, hooting, and shouting. Parul, you're among them. Ruhi, momentarily at your side, as she slides into the streaming horde, disappearing from sight, as she always did. Striding out to your side, Mian bumps your shoulder. Try to keep up, as she walks confidently after you, igniting her edged power claw gauntlets, her lackeys giggling madly and dashing after her. The ship had managed to avoid the asteroid trap somehow, entering the system at the outer edge, and that was unacceptable. If they managed to bring back word to the authorities, it would signal the end of the long and lucrative operation. Reaver couldn't have that. His superiors couldn't have that. And so you and a few of the Swarm Armada's warships had been sent out to engage them. The fight had been a long one, and the Interloper, an SES ship, being dogged from all sides. Let's see. Just before it could make its hyperspace jump, a lucky shot in the engines cut its speed and FTL capabilities. Now, moving slowly but still giving back hell with its weapons, the rough one had swooped in and managed to tether itself to the ship. Now you and your fellows are loose on the enemy ship. A brief squawk in your ear and the crewmates' comms. Heavy resistance. Looks like a command officer's holed up with security down here. Near the bridge. We need a sniper.
Sniper you'll have.
As you're making...
Parul,
Go ahead.
sorry, but Parul judges her, location, packing up from where she'd been doing cover for the original swarm in, and makes her way down the down towards the bridge. SES ships are usually so easy, they're usually all made obvious where to go for such things.
Oh, yeah.
Useful for them, useful for us.
It's true. The actual reaching point has been largely evacuated. You don't meet any actual resistance on your way down. Any resistance that you would have met, well, there was a horde of pirates hooting and hollering down the corridors. So, you don't meet any resistance on the way, but when you arrive, you find a long corridor with openings on the left and the right, and several pirates are collapsed on the deck, burning energy holes in their obvious cause of death. Slumped against one of the walls on an adjacent corridor, Mian sits, bandaging her left leg. She's taken a nasty hit, and she swears when she sees you and spits.
No need to even say anything at that point. Just carefully observe the situation and let her watch me in action as beginning to look down and see who's given my rival so much trouble.
Down the corridor, in front of a in front of a large door that's very clearly to the bridge. A makeshift barricade has been put up with tables and sandbags of all things. And behind it, crouching several members of security and a command officer. The command officer is very clearly the linchpin of what's keeping them going. Let's see. As you're watching, further down in the corridor to the side, you spot Ruhi slowly moving up and to still out of sight of the SES officers, behind their makeshift fortification in front of the bridge. She looks back at you and then turns, pulling a small panel off the wall. She nods back at you and then tears at something inside. The lights in the hallway go out. Your scope, however, does not need light to see.
There's a moment of disappointment as Mian won't be able to describe my victory, although she's got pretty good night vision, I'm sure. No sense in wasting any time. The command. How does she appear to be reacting to the sudden change of?
She is not. She's not sure what's going on. She is actually standing right now, which is the worst choice.
Deeply unfortunate for her, but fortunate for me. Let's take that shot.
All right. You steady your aim and you take fire. Go ahead and give me a roll on that.
We're not as much as it's fun to play with your food. We're in business mode now. We're shooting to kill.
All right, give me a roll on that.
D100.
Yep. What percentile?
Yeah.
Let's be honest, it's not going to be a very... Okay, you did it something.
Sorry, that was clearly not the...
Just use the right click on the dice.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Alright, that's a thing now.
Yeah.
Assuming...
Fantasy Grounds really does not like it when you try to put in commands. 20.
That was
2 10s.
That was 2 10s.
There should be a little percentile system.
I clicked it. Sorry, my...
Weird. You're good.
Sorry, my mouse is playing strange.
Well, that's unfortunate. The shot does go wide and hits the side of the bridge door, and the officer immediately ducks. However, Ruhi is moving up from the side with looks like a vibro blade, a vibro dagger, and the rest of the pirates are beginning to move forward too. The security has not seen it, but they are starting to duck over the sides. Or not duck, but starting to lift themselves up over the sides to start taking aim into the darkness. You have more than enough time to start picking some off.
The command is now no longer in vision.
The command is currently out of sight.
Start from the center.
All right.
Most one.
Yep. Start giving me some rolls on those. And I will also start rolling on some things. All right. The first security goes down immediately as you perforate their skull. You can move on to the next. Next one.
Panic begin.
Oh yeah, they are beginning to panic, and they're beginning to fire wildly into the darkness now, which has not hit a single one of the pirates who are moving up on them, because they're firing wildly and blindly.
Well, if any of them appears to be more focused on the side that Ruhi is in, they're going to get priority. But if they're shooting to where Mian is, she can take care of herself. She's a big girl.
Mian is not moving. She is out of sight of them because...
her minions, then.
Yeah, her minions, definitely. You probably wouldn't care too much about them losing a few. Speaking of which, one goes down from a lucky shot.
What a shame. I'm sure that she'll remember remember her name or his name and gender.
Sure, I'm sure, absolutely. The command has stood back up.
How unfortunate.
You can give another shot at that. Ruhi is almost into position to start stabbing in the back.
Apparently this commander is just really hard to hit.
Apparently. Well, as the shot goes wide again, they're looking to the other side, and Ruhi jumps in and gets them in the back. The rest of the security just more or less falls apart at this point. More or less, at this point, it's just cleanup. Speaking of which, is very uneventful as far as it goes for boarding actions. The crew had somehow survived, the crew that had somehow survived the rest of the cleanup process, well, there weren't many, and they were rounded up and moved to processing. A euphemism for holding cells that they'd inhabit until the captain decided that whether he wanted to press gang them into service or milk them for information before their executions. As always, there would be no ransom demands. Back on the ship, after the entire affair is over with, the crew has been gathered in the mess, and Reaver, your captain, is there playing up the crew's victory, celebrating with booze, praise, and food. At his sides are you, and on the other side, Mian. Reaver makes a point to mention that victory was thanks to you, actually. Whether you remember it that way or not, he most certainly has pinned it on you. Mian is visibly, she's angry. Let's just say she's very, very angry. The subtle rebuke is a lot. Reaver raises his glass, and the room quiets just enough to hear his words. "And let's not forget who made today's victory possible," he says, his gaze sweeping over you. Parul's sharp eye turned the tide, didn't it? He lets the words hang, and you can feel Mian bristle. Her jaws clenched tight. The crew, whether it's genuine or not, erupts into cheers and immediately starts drinking as much booze as they can get their hands on. You know, standard stuff.
Yeah. Absolutely just reveling in the thing. This is how things should be.
Mian has begun to indulge alcohol as well. For different reasons, it would appear.
Mm-hmm.
Ruhi is nowhere to be seen because, well, that's just what she does. She doesn't tend to stick out that much in a celebration.
A little bit disappointed in that. I didn't know she had a weapon like that. Must have picked it up on the raid, so very interesting. Though, didn't think that was really her style.
No, it seemed more of a desperate play because of the way things were going, to be honest.
We've got, Mian's minions for that. She doesn't need to get involved in that.
It's been 2 days since the last boarding, and the smug glow of victory still rests heavily on you, like a mantle. As you sit at your table with Ruhi, she asks you a question. It's pretty forward of her. It's not normally like this. What would you have done with your life if you hadn't been forced into all of this as a kid?
That's... Where's this coming from? That's,
Oh, it's just something I've been wondering lately. As you're contemplating, Mian limps in with her squad, taking a seat on the far side of the room. She does not seem to want to engage you at the moment.
I'll have some things ready if she does, but I find it's... I mean, I would have just been growing up in some backwater, nothing place until probably dying at the hands of people like us. That's, She tries to play it off that it hasn't quite hit her as hard as that does. Like, clearly hasn't really been thinking about it, has been trying not to think about it, but...
Ruhi goes quiet, seems to be thinking about that. That night, after retiring to your bunk, you're awakened by Mian. She shoves you roughly. Something's wrong. Get off your ass, Parul. We've got to check on the captain.
What the hell are you doing in here?
We have to check on the captain. I don't know anyone else on this rust bucket as loyal to him as you or me. Mian's bunk is just across the hall from your own, so it would make sense for her to come to you in a dire situation. Or at least you'd like to think she would be beholden to do that to you. But regardless, her expression is very serious. There are no lights in the hall beyond your bunk. The ship, the engines, they're quiet. The vents are still blowing, so you know life support is active, but nothing else is on.
I swear, if this is some sort of trick, I will finish what they started.
It's no trick. Get off your ass.
Does actually seem to be, like, the idea of Mian, like, coming to her for help is, like, weird enough that, like, she's actually taking it seriously, so... She, scoops up a couple of good knives, nothing, fancy enough to actually be vibroblades or anything, and extreme, as fast a check over as her gun. She really wasn't expecting to use it today, but
yeah, the gun at least
surely
seems...
getting Mian impatient as
yeah. Mian is looking around worriedly, in fact.
is Ruhi there?
She's still in her bunk asleep.
Best to resolve it without it.
Alright. Let's see. As you begin to pick your way down the hall towards the captain's quarters, you hear a blaster go off in the distance down the hall. You can see figures scurrying in the dark. Looking closer, or as well as you can, you make out SES uniforms. They are fanning out and moving in towards the bunks. Before you can react, one opens one of the bunk doors and just immediately fires inside, before moving on towards the next.
She's already like lining up the gun. What the hell is this? If Mia doesn't stop her, she's gonna take a shot.
Mia's not going to stop her, but she is readying her own gauntlets. She is still limping from the previous encounter, so she is not going to be able to move forward to engage in time. She does say, "The captain!" But if you're going to take the shot, go ahead and give me that roll.
She hesitates for a moment, and how many we see? How many figures can we see here?
It's a fair few. Like see at least a dozen down that corridor.
She swears between her teeth and just pulls up the gun and let's go. Check. There has to be something. Is there an alarm system on the ship? Surely there's something that.
There should be. As you are.
I've always relied on Ruhi to get that. to know that sort of stuff.
As you are rushing back towards the captain's quarters, the ship is rocked by an explosion in the crew section. A breach has been opened to the vacuum. Sections of the ship begin to seal off, metal slabs descending from the ceilings. As you are watching this happen, you see Ruhi dart out from down the corridor and run up towards you. She is caught from behind the... or not from behind, she's caught behind the extending metal. There are windows along the descending dividers. Ruhi has a breathing mask that she quickly puts on, and she begins to gesture to you that she's going to move towards the loading bays, the where they keep the shuttles and such. And
Parul's sort of like back and forth like this. She's still half asleep from everything that's gone on, and like back and forth, like, okay, Ruhi, seems okay. Like, there's nothing I can do. Like, the captain. Like, at least she's not gonna get bloody have someone come in and throw a grenade into her bunk while she's still asleep.
Sure.
Like,
you see,
surely the captain knows what's going on here.
Yeah, you see Sparks with her, the second in command for Mia's squad. He is also wearing a breathing mask, and he follows after Ruhi.
That does not comfort me as much as you might think. But
the captain's quarters. The captain's quarters are nearby. The captain's quarters are actually a so how to put it. The door to the captain's quarters is a one-way see-through door. The metal is completely see-through on the inside, so the captain can look out, but not the other way around. Likewise, the panels in front of the quarters are the same way. So he essentially has a nice large window to look out into the ship without anybody being able to see him. But the door is not locked, actually. And Mian swears and slowly opens the door.
Parul basically turns to cover from behind. In that case, there's not much she's going to be able to do on a short thing, so this is Mion's specialty.
Yeah. Luckily, there's no one near you. You do hear feet coming down the corridor. Mion dips inside and waits for you. She is moving towards... well, it looks like the captain's sitting, looking out the window on the far side of the room.
The hell is going on, boss?
He gives no response, and Mion moves in closer.
Boss?
As you're moving in, you see... Let's see. As you're moving in, you notice that the captain's head is slouched forward, and as you approach, Mion moves the chair to turn around. He is slumped forward, dead. His own vibroblade is stuffed into his stomach. At that moment, the uniformed officers are running past the front of the captain's quarters. Not coming to you, because clearly they've already taken care of the captain. Parul? Those are not SAS officers. You recognize fellow crewmates. Mion hisses mutiny.
Right, what do we do?
They're not going to let us go. They know we're loyal to him. The admirals, they don't tolerate mutiny in their armada. The most we can do is we can get out of here and let them know what happened. Damn. And she almost hits the wall before she catches herself.
Just had such a good... Why would...
I don't know.
They both know.
The docking bay.
Gotta get out of here. Maybe there's some scrap of that last ship we can use to get bloody...
Mion looks up.
where he'll know how to rig something.
Mion looks up. The captain's pleasure craft. His personal lifeboat.
Of course.
That would have the best steering anyway. And I know as well, and I know you have personal access to it. The captain did indeed give his favorites basically free range to be able to get in, even if he did not necessarily allow them to, drive.
Is there anything in here that would have, I'm not sure it'd be a set of keys, but like a pass that would be the control port?
It's more likely, so it's more indexed to your fingers.
Okay.
So you would be able to get on board regardless. And you most likely would be able to actually engage its autopilot or its engines. You just haven't been allowed to before. Not by the ship, but by the captain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mistakes you make once, sort of thing.
Yeah. As you duck out of the captain's quarters, another squad of the fake SES, almost passes by as you come out. You manage to stay inside for just long enough for them to pass before you move on. Let's see.
I don't believe this.
You do get to the docking bay without too much additional trouble. And inside, you see crates, shipping crates mostly, with the captain's pleasure craft and a few other personal shuttles, mostly for like transporting crew for small things. In front of the captain's ship, you see Sparks lying in a pool of blood, with a blaster bolt clearly having struck him in the side. And from near a set of shipping crates that are also splattered with blood, you see Ruhi begin to make her way out. She walks up to you, her voice trembling. I was worried they'd get to you. The door of the pleasure craft is open.
You don't need to worry about us. There's definitely no shake in her voice there.
The door to the pleasure craft is open, and the ship is primed to go. Sparks and I got here, got the ship started. There's another explosion that rocks the ship at that moment. Time to go. We have to go.
Time to go.
The doors of the docking bay slide open, and trader pirates begin spilling in, shooting immediately, unleashing blast after blast at Parul, the ship, and Mian, and, well, Ruhi as well.
Parul basically just grabs Ruhi and almost shoves her on board the ship as she moves in herself and tries to take up a decent spot to...
You grab Ruhi and begin to shove her. There is a loud sound of a blaster going off in your stomach as Ruhi pushes you away onto the ramp, which begins to immediately start ascending. Before it goes up, she aims and takes another shot into Mian's back. She shrugs, a genuine smile on her face for the first time you've ever seen it in your life, and waves. The ship's auto engines engage, and it begins to pull up and fly out. You're bleeding. Mian's bleeding. You're both still alive, but Mian is unconscious. You hear a beeping from the side of the ship, or from the rear of the ship, as it pulls out of the bays. You're able to just barely get closer to it as you see a bomb with a timer, a small crude image of Ruhi in the red lights, flipping you off. 3, 2, 1. The world goes bright and the ship spins out, losing control completely. You are flung hard against the walls of the ship, and you black out. Parul, why did you accept the invitation to join the SES?
What do you think? What, you think I'm just going to say, no, I'm happy here? Look, if you can get us off this crazy rock, I don't care. I'll tell you everything I can. I'll go to prison. I will kill every last one of the pirates that's left with my own hands. But if I wake up and find out this whole thing is another damn dream and I'm just making up birds and bunnies and bots and... I'll do anything I can.
Okay.
Okay. Now, those flashbacks, we're going to move directly into a BRB for just a bit, maybe about 10 minutes or so. And again, I want to thank everybody for joining us that has been here today. It's been pretty great to get back into it.
Yeah.
Okay. And we are moving to be right back. Okay. And we're back.
Hooray!
Haha. And we're totally not entirely traumatized.
Nobody believes that.
Why didn't we see a flashback for Ren and Hestia, huh?
You say that, but there are, in fact,
Oh.
not actual flashbacks, but they have things I could flashback to.
Backstory. Considering we first met Hestia when she was being like repaired.
Seems to be a running theme with her. Danger prone.
So the group has rested up. You can recover. Let's see. With Hestia's help, you can recover the damage to your armor.
The full?
Yeah, I'll say you can repair that to full.
Okay.
And the time has come that it is probably time to move on. Hestia's sagging skin has begun to tighten up, and she's looking a little less singed. Still pretty singed, but better than before.
More gray than white on the one side, but
Yeah.
I helped.
you did, and I'm proud of you.
But also, we should go.
Yes.
We should go.
With the core spun back down, Hestia does stop before you continue. Notes that the backup power on the bots that are around here are still, or rather are now back to charge. But since you took the steps to disable security,
Remove entirely?
yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, that is good. Hestia leads the
All
way
right.
out of the ship. I'll say at this point you
Cool.
don't really need the map anymore.
Key.
Hooray.
Yeah,
did
as a think to the back, I'm glad we destroyed the big bot before we turned the ship on.
Yes.
So I can only imagine that would have also been a problem.
Yes, it would have. That fight would have been a full-on boss fight if you had not done so.
We had
I'm
some
sure Alula does some
foresight.
more sick flips on the way back.
Mhm.
Oh, clearly. Hey, Deimos, are you muted?
Am
Uh-oh.
I muted? Hello?
Hello.
Oh, we hear you now.
Excellent.
I was curious there
anymore.
because I didn't hear you until literally just now.
Yes, okay. Well, it was also explained why no one was paying attention to me when I was making suggestions.
Oof.
I was saying, is there any, like, slabs of the shielding big enough that we can sort of drag over and bridge that gap so that we don't have near-death experiences trying to climb across that again?
I think a temporary bridge could be made. That makes sense to me. Go ahead and give me a percentile. Hestia is going to help.
Fine. But the six would have been, the flips would have been sick.
I mean,
I'm like,
you could still.
you're welcome to. It's more the section just after, like, on the other side of the reactor.
The one we had to actually
The one that
climb.
the one that almost everyone failed the luck check out. Had to burn luck on.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. You easily find some decently sized scraps of shielding.
Mhm.
Makes it a relatively easy cross. And with that, the crew or the group makes it out of the ship without being targeted, which is pretty nice for once.
Fantastic.
Hooray.
So, Do we head north to the signal in the mountains?
Should we report back and get back up?
I think we can. We had some sort of common communications. Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it?
We had like really short range ones.
Yeah, I would say that you were able to boost the signal from the ship and
send a message.
Yeah, send a message to the camp.
Cool, because
they would definitely want you to go after the larger signal. A more powerful energy source has a much better chance. And a fission core, fission energy is powerful dangerous. And all, but there's a reason it was phased out, and not the least because it is less powerful than fusion. At least in,
Probably the melting exposed flesh thing.
It's tendency to fusion. Cause irreparable damage.
No, if it was fusion, there wouldn't be anything left of her. Parul
I guess we're going to
lead the way with what she knows of this area.
All right.
I have a map.
That's true. That said, a map and survival expertise.
I let Parul borrow the map.
Excuse me.
I'll say go ahead and give me a survival roll. You don't really need one, but let's see how smooth it goes.
Just to see how badly we can mess this up. Yep, that was indeed above my survival.
It was, but you had a map, unless you had a bonus. Yeah. So you're good.
I'm not used to trying to explain it to other people, okay?
Yeah, that's it.
Literally didn't ask you to, just wanted to point the direction the way.
Okay.
So, what are you guys doing once we get off this place?
I am going to the beach.
The hell is a beach?
Come on.
Yeah, that's about the reaction that Alula's kind of giving her at this moment. Just this look of... You've heard of a beach.
Something to do with water.
Oh, come on.
And then like Karee is like, yeah, what's the beach? Totally, probably not convincing at all.
Ren is, I'm going home.
Oh.
I'm probably gonna... Ren has an entire personality. It's very down to earth.
Hestia, thanks for a moment. I'm going to visit the club.
The club would be good.
So I know what that is.
Relaxation.
What about you?
Parul?
Kill some pirates.
But
okay, that's super not my idea of a good time.
Karee does not respond to that.
Well, and like, you guys have those. Well, I'm with the. Well, I'm probably going to prison, but
I
don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
I would point out that taking the field commission was part of commuting whatever sentence you would have gotten for your age.
Yeah. Like I think it's basically like your punishment is being part of the SES. Congratulations.
But right, the way to the north is honestly relatively easygoing compared to most of your travels on this planet. There are a few touch and go moments when you have to avoid a pack of quill wolves.
I don't like them.
That's the idea.
Like Karee. Karee is like, I never really liked nature to begin with. I've always been a city girl, but this is worse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm bringing you two to the beach.
Again with this beach thing.
Yeah, the only water I ever really interacted with was like a swamp. So.
No, beaches are lovely. They're wonderful most of the time. And
See, we are trauma bonded.
we'll have a wonderful time.
I mean, sure, I guess.
And there won't be anyone getting killed or trying to kill.
Sounds fake.
As the mountains come into view, the mountains come into view. That just straight up.
Tautological.
Hestia recommends that you start looking for a way to find the signal. She has a scanner out and she's looking around. Does anyone else have a general environmental scanner of any kind?
No, I have a data slate.
I have a medical scanner.
I have a gun.
I have scout oculars. Do those have any kind of
Scout oculars would help. They would help, yes.
I have those.
All right, in that case, I want everyone to give me percentile on perception.
Oh, look, I rolled under my perception. Aha!
Oh. I also rolled under my perception, but that's because I'm terrified. No, I didn't. No, I absolutely did. I absolutely did not. Sorry, I don't have that back.
If that was under your perception, you are terrifying. My God.
No,
All right, Alula.
That's me.
So the area around the mountains are forested. Not shocking in this area. But you do see that the mountain has a entrance, like a gash along the side, like a cave. And with Hestia's scanner, the energy source is coming from inside of that.
Oh boy, I love caves.
Yeah, tight and closed spaces with no exit. Sounds fun.
As you get closer, you find that the actual rock, the dirt, forming up the outer shell of the cave is not very thick at all. In fact, it is barely covering something underneath.
Can I chip some off?
The dirt? The rocks?
Yeah.
Yes.
What is underneath?
A pristine white ceramic surface.
Is it a familiar pristine surface?
No. There is the hole actually does open up into it, but it is dark for a bit inside.
This looks fun.
That's not the word I would use.
I continue to hate this planet.
Well, the good news is it's not a cave. The bad news is I don't know what it is.
Hestia is running her hand along the ceramic surface, curiously.
Can I cut into the ceramic surface with my vibroblade at all?
Give it a roll.
Yay.
I'ma smash it.
Well, that's under the roll.
Yeah, that's why I answered no before it finished rolling.
Yeah.
The vibroblade. The vibroblade does not even scratch the surface.
Yeah, I figured that was gonna be the result, but you made me roll, so I was curious. Yeah. Huh.
It's more fun that way.
This is true. This is very true. This is something.
Is this what we're looking for?
This
I'm
is the
assuming
source.
yes.
This is the source of the signal, or at least inside.
Great.
Can
Less than
I?
a day from where I've been staying the whole bloody time.
Well,
Can I
go
look
get ourselves killed, I guess.
into is it dark in the cave? Can we see in at all?
It is dark inside. You can look inside. I mean, you got
I
flash.
look inside.
Okay. Karee dips her head into the hole of the, she dips her head into the cave, quote unquote. The moment she does so, lights flash inside, coming
Head
online.
removed.
Well, so it was lights coming online. Inside.
Oh, okay.
Inside, you
It
see.
still startled the hell out of me.
Yeah. These lights seem to have no apparent source, merely lighting the entire area. Inside, more pristine white ceramic surfaces. A hallway. Halls. You see vents. This is either a building or a ship.
Buried
Well,
under a mountain.
I was gonna say, I was gonna borrow that scanner again, but
It is perfectly
myself?
well. It is perfectly well lit inside.
Yeah,
Even if
that,
you cannot-
that doesn't make it better.
Even if you cannot tell where the source of the light is coming from.
So that's weird. That's strange. Hestia?
Starfarers. She takes her hand off of the outer edge of the ceramic surface and steps inside.
I follow along.
Okay. Sure.
And we gotta go in anyways.
We could wait for back. Okay, fine. Whatever. I'm over it.
I don't really think we're gonna get backup. I don't think that was part of the plan.
That's true. The air is fresh. It has been fresh since you reached this planet, but this is possibly the cleanest air you have ever smelled, ever tasted. There's a gentle breeze coming from inside the ship. The temperature of the air is perfect.
I don't trust technology more advanced than our own.
I don't trust things that seem to be so accommodating and welcoming.
can't see where the light comes from, can't see where the bullet's coming from.
I'm technology more advanced than your own. I mean,
Yeah, but you talk to us and you're our friend.
Ren is standing outside for a little bit longer than the rest of you, but eventually gives up and walks inside after you.
Hello? Anyone home?
Don't do that.
Too late, she did that.
There's no echo, but there's no response.
Are there any computer-looking screen type surfaces anywhere in view, visual range?
No. The corridors leading forward are... Excuse me. They are smooth and somewhat circular. Clean lines. Nothing... No hard edges on anything that you see.
Hardware-proofed. Got it.
Hestia begins to walk forward down the corridor.
I will follow her.
Ari
begrudgingly.
stays close.
Parul?
Parul is going to gun out, watching around, but stay at a bit of a distance.
Yeah. Ren is also lagging behind, gun out. watching.
We don't trust like that.
We walked into a couple things that have been dangerous, so you know.
You walk for a bit. There are corridors leading off into different directions, but Hestia is continuing down this one path. Ahead of you, the way opens up into a circular room with the front of the room is not covered in the pristine white ceramic. It is entirely transparent and buried under rock and mountain.
Well,
But not a
seems
single,
Damaged anyway.
not damaged at all.
seems like ship buried under the mountain is what we're going with.
In the center is in the center of the room, the floor dips down into a circular depression. At the center of the depression is a silver floor panel with a small silver rod pointing upwards. And as you enter the room, the panel flashes white, and a white orb formed of light appears just above the silver rod.
We all tense and prepare to fight.
There's a bit of that.
Hallo, me Adam, artificulagos primus actor. Vico sapiens.
Hello?
Yes.
Processing. Hello, I am Adam, artificial primary officer. Welcome.
Hi.
Hi. What is this place?
You are on the ship. The data corrupted. My apologies. It has been data corrupted. Number of days since my last defrag process.
We want to defrag it. Can you
I am sorry. The commands are not available to you.
Fair.
You are in orbit above the planet, or above the preserved world, designation Gamma 7.
No.
Are we?
No, we are not.
I don't think we're in orbit above any planet. We're on a planet.
Processing. My apologies. You are on the surface of the preserved world Gamma 7. This is not acceptable.
We would
Agreed.
like to not be on the surface, but we'd also like to not be, punished for this because it wasn't our fault. How do we leave?
No punishment is to come to those who find themselves on the surface. You will be aided in returning to your homes.
Great.
There are a number of other people who are on the surface.
Processing. Just one moment. This ship has rested on the surface of this world for many cycles, it would seem. And the warden has left his confines.
I don't like whatever you.
Is the warden like a floating orb of doom and very loud noises?
The warden is the chief artificial officer in charge of the preserve world Gamma 7. Its goal, its function, is to protect the native wildlife, and also, should any sapient life be found, to protect them and return them to their homes.
Does it do this by screaming?
Processing. Information unavailable.
Great.
The gravity well.
So,
The gravity well in excuse me. I had this written down and I don't know where the fuck it went.
it's a
It
vanish.
happens.
Mood.
The gravity well in use on the preserve world Gamma 7 can be disabled temporarily to allow you and your craft to exit the planet's gravity.
Okay.
I like the way you think.
There's a problem with that. I'm not sure we have a craft.
Processing. Scanners indicate multiple debris fields in orbit.
Yeah. Some unfortunate people have been taking advantage of, I'm assuming, the gravity well's effect on communication systems to lay traps for other ships.
Parul just quietly backing out of the room and watching from behind the corridor there.
Processing. The communication buffer to keep the preserve world Gamma 7 free of interference from outside forces can be disengaged temporarily. However, it must be re-engaged to protect the integrity of the local wildlife after your departure.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah, we don't care if this world stays untouched and pristine as long as we're not on it.
Processing. I am able to help you to some degree. If you gather your remaining crew, I will help you locate a void-worthy vessel.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I guess we're gonna get everybody here.
And we'll cut it there.
Query, how's Hestia dealing with this?
Hestia is in awe.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
She was already kind of in that state to begin with.
I'm not asking because she's a PAL. I'm asking because she's engineering. She's the one who
Yeah.
actually has the most understanding of PAL.
Of what the heck we're dealing with, yeah. No, I think that Hestia may have wandered into here, like, in that sort of state of, oh my god, this is so amazing, and not so much the state of, we need to go in here to find out what's going on and so we can leave. And the rest of us followed her, like, ducklings, because we had nothing else to do.
More or less, yeah.
Damn. Our group sure to be wandering onto ships and talking to AIs, huh?
Yeah.
Some more
Fun
benevolent than
show.
others.
You love Heidel. What do you mean?
Okay, so you can do the thing and get us off the planet. Everyone's happy. How?
I think he ended it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
his
think
comments
it's we can cut it there.
It's over.
That said, I mean, it did say that it would help you find a void-worthy vessel. to
Void-worthy
leave the-
ship, yeah.
to leave the planet with.
We gotta gather all the peoples into a place, I assume, to this place.
That's the assumption. But we're
Okay.
going to cut it there. We're going to try to reconvene this next month, at the end of the month, if everyone is okay
Yep.
with that.
Okay.
Let's see. Looks like... maybe the 18th? Is everyone okay
Yeah, I
with
was
the
just
18th?
I don't think we're gonna do it on Christmas, so yeah, the 18th would probably be
Oh,
good.
that's what I was saying, the end of next month. Not this
Oh,
month.
right.
Yeah,
It's January next month.
yeah.
My brain is dumb.
Yeah.
We'll make more
18
con-
sounds. Fine.
We'll make more concrete plans, just to be sure, after the session.
If I'm playing Factorio, then I'll make more concrete.
Period.
Demoted.
Ow.
Okay. I am going back into streaming this week. Starting on Tuesday, I'm going to be getting back to playing This Way Madness Lies, and on Thursday, I'm going to be getting back to
In Stars in Time.
Yeah.
Both of those at 7 p.m. for the stream, 7:30 for the game. I want to thank everybody who joined me today. I want to thank Vest for all the gift subs. I want to thank my players, especially.
Hi, I'm players.
I am players too.
I have been told that I am players.
That's true.
We thank Ken for hosting. This is great.
Yes.
Indeed.
Very good. Very fun.
I'm happy to host.
Very drama.
Very trauma.
I find that trauma is directly proportional to the amount of fun.
It's a lot, yes. It's like, this is my character. I love them. Now I must break them physically and mentally.
Indeed.
Hooray!
Huzzah.
Okay. In that case, let me see if anyone is streaming for a raid. I don't know.
Ooh, rating.
Unrelated to the last spot. Man, I'm looking forward to future sessions of Hawkmoros as well.
Yeah.
Unrelated, I'm
Me
sure.
too. Okay, let's see who is going.
But also, yes, it will be great fun to do the next session of Akmos, where I get to play a different burb,
It's true.
a more round burb.
The roundest of verbs.
I'm sure Karee could get that round if you really tried.
Yeah,
that
I
round?
wanna be.
I don't know. That would
With
be
the correct application of staff error artifacts, or more accurately, the extremely incorrect application of staff error artifacts.
That's true. Okay. All right. Again, thank you, everybody. I'm going to go ahead
Thank you.
I'm not going to raid because there really aren't that many people that I know very well streaming right now.
Some people raid strangers, and I don't know how they do it.
I might be
would
able to do
never.
that if I had a significant investment in what they're doing.
Yeah, true.
But I'm not really the kind to raid unless I directly know the person. Okay. All right. Again, thank you, everybody. I had a lot of fun. I hope you did as well.
We lived. Haha.
All right.
now.
For now. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Yay.
When the light is running low and the shadows start to grow and the places that you know seem like fantasy, there's a light inside your soul that's still shining in the cold with the truth, the promise in our hearts. Don't forget, I'm with you in the dark.